welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. So, different camera this week. So I was having a little trouble. I think a bad cable with the one I usually use, so I might look a little strange. I don't know. And the green screen isn't working quite as well. But we'll see. We'll rough it. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, so as you may notice, I'm a couple of days late. So usually I do this on Tuesday, Tokyo time, but maybe Monday night, North America. And yeah, just my schedule this week is was not going to let that happen. So instead of coming on really late, I just figured I'd make it Thursday because both Tuesday and Thursday is when cartoons go up. So if this is your first time seeing this, I do a single panel gag cartoon for gocomics.com. And on this live stream, I draw those and write them and just talk a lot while I'm doing it and bring stuff from the convenience store here in Japan just as something to break up the monotony. And so I'm drawing everything in Photoshop and I'm using a small Cintiq tablet to do that. So the video that you're looking at is actually the video output of the tablet itself. So the aspect ratio and everything's a little bit odd. It's a little different. But, so I'll just do a little doodling to warm up. So I'm going to try not to, unless it comes up in the chat, I'm going to try not to talk about the wonderful presidential debate that we all just endured. I was surprised how much it was streamed, not only by the news companies on YouTube, the news networks, but also a lot of people doing commentary and things. There were a lot of that, but yeah, what a mess. I don't think it's internationally. I don't think it's a very encouraging thing for anybody to see. But anyhow, so things are slowly getting back to normal in this after all this bad weather we've had for the beginning of this year. And I don't mean typhoon season, which we're just out of. Yeah, so I guess it's October 1st, so technically we're supposed to be getting out of typhoon season, but some seasons last a little longer. This one seemed to start a little earlier than usual. But no major, at least in the area where I'm at, no major damage, which is good because you get a lot of, it's mostly wind damage. Of course, anybody that lives in hurricane areas, knows that. It's a lot of heavy rain and wind damage. And so some years that'll take branches off of trees and, damage the roof of your house or whatever. But this year we avoided that so far. I'm saying that right now, like there's no possibility of it happening. But it very well could happen before the end of the year. But yeah, so I'm just using the pen tool, and I just put everything on a separate layer just so I can manipulate the composition a little bit more easily. But yeah, so hope wherever you are, things are well, or at least getting back to normal. It doesn't sound like it in the US, like there's even an effort to try, because the attempts to open things up just seem to create clusters that then lock things down again. So yeah, I don't know, it's difficult. And it's, I guess, because the bad weather is so much more easily spread, that I'm using code words so my stream doesn't disappear, that they handle it differently. But there's so many, we're coming up on flu season here in Japan and, or I guess everywhere, in the northern hemisphere. But, it's always handled, like, especially at schools, if 5 students in a class, and the classes are 30 to 40 students, if 5 students in a class have the flu, then they just close the class. And if enough classes are closed, then they close the entire grade. So schools and it's just a week. Schools just take a week off during regular flu season. So that's like swine flu and I don't know, there wasn't bird flu, but all the flus that we've had. I guess swine flu was the worst. Like 2010. And that's usually how they handle it. But for this, I guess because it was so contagious, they just shut everything down. And which may, for most families, was probably not such a big deal, because if usually both parents aren't working, there's a lot of homemakers, housewives, stay-at-home moms in Japan compared to a lot of other countries. And if they are both working, oftentimes they live with relatives. So there'll be an aunt or grandparents in the house or nearby that can help. So that's a big difference, I think, to what Americans have to go through, because when schools are shut down, people can't go to work, but I guess a lot of people are not working, they're telecommuting. If they still have jobs, they're telecommuting, so who knows? But yeah, I really feel bad for the students during this time. Just the quality of the education they're getting. I mean, they may as well just self-learn. They may as well just, work their own curriculum instead of just sit on Zoom or Twitch all day. So yeah, that's gotta be pretty discouraging. And then if you're close to graduating, like you're towards the end of high school or towards the end of university, like what's out there for you? What are you doing this all for anyhow? And can't this just all happen again? Because it's not like we're learning anything from this. I saw a headline. I didn't read the article, but somebody was writing about how the Spanish flu was also highly politicized. So people were using it to advantage. So we should have known. I mean, we should have prepared ourselves. Like, these things are not happening in isolation. They're not unprecedented. They've never, it's never been that they've not happened before. I mean, some circumstances are different, but we know how governments and politicians and local governments have already behaved under these certain situations. I mean, minus social media and cheap international air travel and all those different factors. But so there must have been a way to anticipate it, or or people studied well and saw. That might be why it was so inexplicably politicized so early on and so quickly, is because people have read up about what you're able to accomplish, what controls you're able to impose on a population, and what you could actually get done politically in these kinds of situations. So maybe people did learn their lessons. It's just not the right people. But very discouraging. And there's been not quite weekly, but almost weekly, definitely monthly suicides of celebrities in Japan. So very early on, there were people succumbing to the bad weather. A lot of older, very famous comedian, I think a musician, people in their 70s and older were the kind of first famous fatalities of the bad weather in Japan. But very recently, people in the 30s and 40s have been committing suicide. And it's I think 3 of the 4 were hangings. Like, they were found in closets, like they hanged themselves. I think hanged, hung is clothing, hanged is people. They hang themselves in closets, and I mean, I guess the only thing worse than finding the hanged body of a loved one is to find a shotgun, suicide of a loved one. But so it's interesting that that's been happening. Because pretty quickly, I think there was just a few months break, but pretty quickly production for Japanese television dramas and things kicked back in. with, special precautions and things. So it's not like they didn't have work, and who knows? It probably was just really grueling schedules that maybe once they had a little bit of time off, they realized, wow, why am I working so hard? I don't know. But also the lack of awareness and treatment, or kind of respect for mental health and treatment of mental illness, is not something Japan does particularly well. It's more of a force of will. If you've got a problem, you can will yourself to be better. You can just think your way out of things, or kind of use your discipline to force yourself to not be chemically imbalanced in your brain. I don't know, but that's more the thinking. And I've heard multiple times from people in Japan that a therapist, a psychologist, or a psychiatrist is crazier than their patients. They're just, you don't want to deal with them. They're just nuts. And so there's a stigma. And I have a friend that studied psychology at university in Japan, and some of his classmates dared to set up their own private clinics, private practices, and just gave up because there's such a stigma that they couldn't get any business, or they had trouble, getting enough patients, or personally there was some stigma attached to their profession. So so then the only option is returning to like clinical research and the academic side of it. So very sad. But so but it's just been a kind of a strange epidemic. Just like 4 celebrities very quickly. And it's very easy if you want to look them up. I'm sure it's very easy to find. But 30s and 40s. So not. And I don't think. I mean, we don't know, but it's not related to any major problems. Just probably mental illness. The one though, I think one of the actresses had just had a baby, had like a 9-month-old. So there could be some postpartum depression or something that was associated with that, but the others, people didn't connect to anything. They at least hadn't, been diagnosed, but nobody is diagnosed here, but they hadn't been diagnosed, or almost. I mean, there are mental health clinics, and there is mental health here, and the number one pharmaceuticals in Japan are, mood altering, whatever the serotonin blockers and things for mental health. Those do exist here. It's just very unspoken, kind of like plastic surgery. It's the same sort of thing. Like if you compare Korea and Japan, Korea is very open and proud about their strange way they make everybody look exactly the same surgically. And I think there's a lot of surgery that goes on in Japan, but they don't talk about it, and the talent never publicly admits it. If they suddenly have a bigger bust line, they just say, I ate a lot of cabbage, or they have all of these odd reasons. But it's really obvious. I mean, now that we have photos of people almost every day, and people posting selfies and things of themselves, it's really easy to see, okay, so there haven't been photos for a few months here, and look at the nose, or look at the eyes, or look at the chin. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. So so it's just kind of it's just not talked about. So that's just the style of things. And I'm drawing little cylinders and boxes, but this is what you get during the warm-up. So I'm just trying to get back to because last week I did this on the bigger tablet I have at the office, and I'm not at the office very much anymore. So it kind of throws you off because the feel is so much different. The level of sensitivity on this tablet is so much less, and it's a smaller area too. So the process of drawing is different. So I'm just trying to get used to that again. Yeah, and I forgot how kind of luxurious that thing is, because it's not even the biggest one. I think they made like a 24 or something a little bit bigger. It's the 22 kind of original Cintiq, but it's a really big piece of furniture, and it comes with a big metal stand, but I put it on the arm so I can kind of push it off of the desktop because I don't have a lot of desk space to lose. But the nice thing about it is you can basically just lay on it and draw. I mean, it's big enough that you can just kind of feel like, put your nose on it, just like a canvas or a notebook or something. So compared to smaller tablets and things, that's really, I think, friendly for a lot of like digital painters and stuff that just want to sit and blend little areas and things. So yeah, I really like that. But of course, there's no room for it here. I think it would tip the table over that I'm on if I put it on the side. The whole thing would flip over. But yeah, it's a really nice really nice setup. And there's newer iterations of it now. I think a little, like, they're smaller, they have less of a frame and things, but I really like the chunkiness and how big that original one was, because everything, all tablets and computers and everything. Hey Joe, how's it going? Tablets and things, the laptops and everything, it's like slimmer, smaller, form, and smartphones too. Everything is just becoming these slivers of metal. But in some situations, you want something more substantial to kind of hold on to, or move around, something that has some weight. So they have been like thinning down the newer tablets and making them just like instead of having any curve or anything to them, they're just flat with a bezel, around the outside. So like a rectangle, a thin rectangle with rounded corners. And I mean, I think it's just taste, and I'm sure that the technology is getting better and better. But I really like the size of that tablet. So yeah, and I got that because I never would have bought that for myself, because it's the price of a decent graphics computer. So I never would have. I would have upgraded my computer before I would have ever bought that particular tablet. But I got a good client that wanted a lot of character work and game work done, a lot of painted backgrounds and things for mobile games, and so that was the first kind of condition to entering into that project, which I was surprised they went for. That was really nice. I'll be eternally grateful. And but just like most everything that I've worked on, kind of independent mobile stuff, the funding runs out, or things just kind of fall apart. So that they were constantly looking for investors and things, and that used to be possible. I mean, that was very much. I think I was on and off working on that project for almost 5 years. Yeah, and it went through various iterations, but yeah, and it got interrupted by other, like, there were other side projects that they got distracted with. But yeah, that was a long term thing. And it was funny, the head of that project, kind of the I guess producer, like, who he ran everything and kind of raised the funds and everything. His father was so it's based in L.A., and his father was like a B movie director in like the 40s and 50s, so maybe did like serials and stuff. And so he had you could feel he had a little bit of that same kind of P.T. Barnum type showmanship about running projects and things. So I could only imagine like the pitches that people heard from him talking about what they were, what we were going to do in the mobile game market. Yeah, that went way longer than it should have, and produced almost nothing. I have a ton of comps. I have hundreds of comps and level designs and character designs, but nothing got produced, just because things just kept changing course. I mean, there was always, and I think because we worked too long on something, didn't have the programming or the back end lined up, so we had all these ideas developed, and we're looking for somebody to implement it, and then kind of the trend had moved on, because he was kind of I think the problem with the whole project is they were kind of chasing trends, and so this is kind of like just post Flappy Bird, if you remember that horrible mobile game, like Candy Crush and Flappy Bird and things. It had been we were just kind of in the wake of that. So cloning that kind of stuff didn't seem to make a lot of sense, but it was kind of he thought he could outsmart I don't know, whoever. Hey Sedona, how's it going? Oh, no, I'm just kind of rambling on previous projects that I've worked on that didn't really go anywhere. Yeah, not the 3090, but yeah, it was just stuff that I had done before, and just the the producer for it was a kind of a character, and he was a real conspiracy nut. So this was over. I'm totally dating myself now, because this was over the Fukushima disaster, the tsunami, and the eventual the power plant meltdown, and he was like eating up all of that conspiracy that was going on. I guess I can't talk conspiracy on YouTube. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about people talking about it. Hey, Deadly Assassin, thanks for the follow. Deadly the Assassin. Thank you. And so he was telling me that and I don't believe this. I'm not spreading this as a thing, but this is just talking about the person's belief that they were not being honest, which they weren't. They were, the Japanese government was covering things up pretty well, because they bought the private company that was responsible for this to kind of manage the project. But they were saying that the the core that had melted down was just gradually going to descend into the Earth's core and destroy the planet. And so I got an earful of that. Like, anytime we weren't talking about deadlines and budgets and schedules, we were talking about the end of the world. And yeah, so that was funny. And that's for me, that is so Southern California. You run into a lot of those people. That's a big W. Oh, nice. Oh, good timing then. That's good. Oh. But yeah, that was fun while it lasted. I've had a lot of fun while it lasted jobs, and yeah, but nothing. Yeah, no funding, no angel investor is ever infinite. It always is just you're on a ticking clock, and I guess that's the thing that I don't like about freelance, and I don't like about that is that you are always like waiting for the end. You've got to get something released or something produced before you run out of money. And I just have had the wonderful luck of being involved with a lot of underfunded or mismanaged projects, so that a lot of things have not happened. I mean, I guess it makes a good portfolio, which I haven't really put together. But but now my latest thing, which is good, because I'm surprised this came up in the time of Corona, is I'm going to be doing a bunch of toothbrush packaging. There's a Japanese manufacturer that's trying to. There's a kind of toothbrush that they call Tampopo, which is dandelion. It's a style of toothbrush here, and they've figured out a special way to manufacture it. So yeah, a special way to make it. I don't know what I can and can't talk about. So that's going to get a North American release, and so I need to design some North American friendly packaging, which is fun to do, and I know that market well enough that I think, because I saw some examples that Japanese designers had done, and yeah, the aesthetic is just wrong, and I think it looks too foreign for people to be comfortable with, especially something as like intimate as a toothbrush. So I think it's a good choice for them to go with a designer from that place. Aren't you guys getting enough smoke from the The wildfires? Are things calming down? As far I haven't heard, I haven't seen any updates recently, and I don't have any relatives in kind of fire affected areas, so I haven't heard anything. But I hope things have calmed down. I saw some article about wineries. About there were a lot of wineries that were damaged from the fires, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's funny too. I was talking to my mother last night, and they were thinking about retiring to kind of countryside Northern California. So maybe it's good that they didn't, because they may have been unlucky enough to find a very beautiful spot that was incredibly flammable, and so they ended up not. But yeah, but it's crazy, and it's good that they're kind of that they're rural anyhow, because they haven't had to deal with any. They're she's older and doesn't have to deal with any of the bad weather stuff. But she's not even. I mean, she's older, but not even at the age where they are even talking about the risk going up significantly. Because I think it's just point something percent for most age groups until you get to like 80 to 90 years old, and then it's like 4% or something. But yeah, it's crazy. But everybody's numbers. Everyone is using whatever numbers they have to, whatever use, whatever agenda they want to apply them to. So who knows? When you see someone's numbers, you don't know what that's based on, and what they're trying to prove. But mm. Oh yeah, yeah. Crazy. Still bad. Mm. That's a strange thing about California. I mean, it's a huge state, but they're constantly having. I mean, I remember the whole time that I was there, they're just constantly in budget crisis. So they're cutting things, like forest management and things that come back and really, bite them hard when things aren't maintained. So yeah, it's very strange. But I guess there's a lot of logistics, especially Southern California has to deal with it. A lot of other parts of the country don't, water and electricity and things that everybody else has kind of handled. They're still doing the boondoggle rapid development into areas where it's like, well, we don't really have electricity or water for this neighborhood, but we're going to develop this land. All right. Wow, nothing very distinctive. Oh, good. No more Blade Runner skies in San Francisco. Yeah. But air quality, all that particulate, all the stuff from the fire smoke has got to be crazy. Oh, yeah. That has to be, yeah, just like an ongoing thing. And isn't that's the kind of like the stuff that burns, like if you breathe it, or just at least, makes your nose nice and black on the inside, because it's all ash and stuff. All right. Hmm. Yeah, it's been a not a great week. I've been feeling kind of terrible, just kind of depression stuff, because the news has been really bad. You know, like I was talking about all the suicides. It's just like been endless suicides in Japan. And I mean, these are only the famous people, the people that, are worth tabloid interest. Who knows, like, what the suicide rate actually is like in Japan? Although I haven't, well, I guess because I haven't been using the train as much, though. But there are certain seasons. And I'm trying to think of what they are. I think they're like, well, of course, New Year's, like the holiday season, but also the kind of entrance exam and like testing into university or into, so I guess springtime is another wonderful suicide time because people fail to do something, that they've been working for years. They fail an exam or they fail to get, a job at whatever company or whatever. So there's a lot of that kind of, people hitting kind of what they see as a wall or a dead end in their life. And so you get a lot of train jumpers during those kinds of seasons. And hasn't been the same this year, but I'm sure everyone's doing it at home. They're, instead of sheltering at home, they're suiciding at home. But yeah, that was ridiculously common, like every couple of months. And they always term it, like the Japanese for it is always very funny. It's always like person interacting with train is how they tell you that somebody jumped in front of a train or somebody was on the tracks. Person interacting with train. Mm. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh no. Sedona fell in a tomato planter. Oh man. But yeah. Whew. So yeah, kind of just a weird week. So sorry, yeah, Tuesday just was not going to happen. I was, schedule wise, just wasn't going to work. So I figure a Thursday stream would kind of be similar enough, which I guess is a Wednesday night. Yeah, what a wonderful time. What a perfect time to live stream. Yeah, and it's a little earlier than usual. I have to drive my daughter later, so I'm also doing it a little earlier than usual. So I don't know. Yeah, there can't be. Well, that's what you see, like the streamers that have gotten caught, with hitting their kids or yelling at their wife or hitting their wife. I think, like domestic violence, domestic abuse. I'm the only one that consistently has 100% domestic abuse on their stream, but people that have. Because it eats up so much time, and I guess the demands of streaming are so high that you can't. Normal life is interfering with everything. So, yeah, people are getting angry at being interrupted while they're streaming. Yeah, I don't think it's compatible. I think it's a young single person's game because yeah, it doesn't work well with married life and kids and all of that. Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah. So you're in Oregon, Sedona. So can you legally grow? I'm curious. I think because each state kind of set up their own rules, and I think they probably also like weighed it towards like more commercial farming or like bigger companies. But yeah, I'm just curious what the kind of growing, like what you're allowed to grow on your own. Because in Chicago, I met right. Had a friend that was staying in an apartment that they had an entire dining room table that was all plants, and it like weirdly smelled like popcorn. Like I don't know what it was. Like something about it smelled odd. Like I didn't. It wasn't what I expected. So maybe a slightly different strain or whatever. But they had infinite weed because they were growing plants inside with lights, and I guess far enough away from windows and stuff, so no one would get so suspicious. But I think in Chicago, that's probably not the safest thing to do, but never got busted, and there were people in and out of that apartment all the time. or I guess it was an apartment. It was like kind of a large apartment with like many different bedrooms, like an entire floor. But yeah, kind of their dining room. The dining room table was just all plants and lights, and the whole apartment smelled like oddly like weed and popcorn. Oh wow, oh that's cool. Yeah, I guess yeah, they're probably small scale, but that's insane though. That's got to be. I mean, 6 plants. It's got to be enough for anybody's habit, right? Or any family's habit. Like there's no way that you could. I mean, I don't know the practicalities. I don't know like if you're completely harvesting the plant and need to plant it again, or if you're actually can just keep taking like yeah, like pulling tomatoes off of a. Or I guess yeah, tomatoes are gone, right? Tomatoes die off, so you have to regrow them. Yeah, but this is how much I know about gardening. But yeah, but that seems like that could save you a lot and make you some as well. Wow. No, that's cool. Oh yeah, yeah. Right. So everything can be used on the plant. Yeah, yeah. That's really amazing. I wonder if it's ever going to happen. Well, I mean, you can probably do that, grow as much as you want in various parts of Asia right now, but I think Japan will never wake up unless there's some really big breakthroughs in research, like kind of in the cannabinoid research, so they actually can have like clinical proof. Well, then the drug companies are just going to grab it. But yeah, so I don't think it'll ever be medically or recreationally available in Japan because even if they isolate, the medically beneficial like actual substances, like chemical structures and things, and figure out how they operate, they are just going to be grabbed up by the drug companies. So you'll be able to buy pills or lotions or whatever, but or ointments, but you're not gonna. It won't be on the individual level. It'd be funny though because they do have. I mean, there's you should see the little tiny rice fields. So the lots for houses are really tiny in Japan. I'm trying to think of a good. So maybe like 50-foot square. Like they're really tiny little plots of land. And so sometimes in more rural neighborhoods or kind of odd suburban neighborhoods, you'll have just an empty spot where they didn't build a house, but there's a little rice field there. And so they have that kind of farming tucked into residential areas all over, and it's mostly it's not it's sometimes it's just personal gardening, but a lot of times it's rice fields, I guess, because there's government subsidies and things that support rice farming. And so with little tiny tractors, they they do rice farming like in between houses. Like there'll just be a little rice field, like and houses all around it because it doesn't need much. Oh, nice. Oh, that's really cool. Wow. Oh, nice. Yeah, the professor at the university here, one of his uh, what is it areas of interest, I can't think of a good one of the fields that he's researching is cannabinoid like structures, like chemical compounds. And yeah, he's still they're still like very early trying to figure things out, but he was showing me how things are working, like just kind of chemically how things work. And it's really impressive. It's impressive that these are amazing substances, but often that's the strange thing about chemistry and like trying to isolate useful things, like things that they find in like jungles in South America and different things that people have known for centuries have medicinal qualities and have used in like folk medicine and things. They know that those things, there's something about them, and so when they take them and try to uh, break them apart and figure out what's the actual active ingredient or what is the interaction, sometimes when you separate things, it loses it. It doesn't quite work. So it's the combination of those things that is actually, so when you break it down too far, or you look kind of in the wrong place on the nerve cell or whatever, you can't figure out exactly what is happening. So I think that's a lot of, yeah, what they're running into. But alternately, and that's like kind of his defense of pharmaceuticals and chemistry, is that most of the things that have natural benefits, to have a large natural benefit, you have to have too much. You have to have so much of the herb or whatever to have a major effect, that then you start to get into side effects of having so much of, something. And not that, pharmaceuticals don't have side effects, but they try to, isolate things and kind of reduce that as much as possible. So it's a really odd, it's an odd game. I mean, and it's very, the thing that I was struck by when they're always talking about their research is, what if you like spend most of your life like pursuing something that is just like a dead end, like that you're never in your lifetime ever going to make any sort of breakthrough or significant progress, so that you feel like you accomplished anything. Like, how do you know? Like, that's got to be really weird, because there's a very strict kind of retirement age in Japan. So you get to 65, at the university, and they're just like, okay, you're done. You're like, but I'm so close to something. And I guess, laboratories can carry on your work. You can, pass your research on. But that does feel like, because, just like making a movie or something, it's like, okay, you're going to do 2 years of production on a movie. And do you want to give up 2 years of your life? You're going to be 2 years older. Everything is going to be this much further along. Is this movie what you want to, you have only so many years of being active doing something. Is this what you want to do? So I'm always, very, because I'm thinking about it like more in creative terms, like more in like investing yourself creatively. And they're just thinking about it as work, as, solving problems, looking for answers and solving problems. So it's not quite the same mentality, but it seems so funny to pursue something and never quite feel like you accomplished anything. That has to feel really odd at the end of your life. But I don't think they care. They don't think about it in the same way, so maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. So I have nothing going on here. Let's see. So get rid of some of this. Oh, that really sucks. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Sedona. Interesting. Yeah, rice paddies. Yes, they would have, because they flood them, right? So you would have a lot of mosquitoes, but they bring in, or they raise rice frogs. So I think there's an Indian rice frog that is, bred or imported here. So they release, tadpoles into the rice paddies, and the frogs eat the mosquitoes. So yeah, it would be a horrifying, like, mosquito hazard to just have this, water filled field right next to houses. But no, they raise frogs, and so that's why that's a very Japanese image. So you see a rice field, and because of the mosquitoes, they release frogs into the rice paddies, and then you get the herons or cranes eating the frogs. So you'll get these beautiful, like, elegant birds like walking through the rice fields, because they're just, full of frogs that are eating the mosquitoes. So that's where that kind of Asian Japanese image comes from, is because they use natural, means to control the mosquitoes. So the frogs eat all the little larvae in the rice paddy, so keep that under control. But then that attracts birds, and the birds that eat the frogs are the beautiful cranes and herons and things that they have in Japan. So yeah, it becomes very picturesque. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize. Oh, I've already complained about this before. I didn't realize how many crows they have in Japan. Crows are like, I guess they don't have quite the seagull problem that some parts of the world have, but they do have a lot of crows. But yeah, I rescued. There was a rice frog trying to. I was walking just on the sidewalk, and there was a little brown frog that had hopped into the street that was trying to get back and couldn't get up the curb. So I rescued it and just took it with me, took it home with me. But it ended up being, I looked it up and ended up being one of those rice paddy, the Indian rice frogs, and just kept it, just put it in a little terrarium and kept it for a while, and it watched TV constantly. That's basically all it did because my daughter was like toddler age. The TV was always on playing, little colorful kids shows, and it, wherever it was, it would just turn and either float or just like stare always in the direction of the TV because it was all, maybe because it was so colorful. But that was very very odd. So the frog was always facing the television when it was on. But maybe that was, there's some like weird instinct. Maybe it thought that was a predator. It wasn't interested in actually learning shapes and colors. It was seeing that flashing thing. Yeah, it was probably very traumatizing. That was like the equivalent of a Clockwork Orange, like Alex in a Clockwork Orange. The frog was just terrified by the images on the TV, thinking that it was all predators trying to eat it. Yeah, they eat frogs. I think it's I'm not. They're pretty small. The kinds of the frogs that they eat in Japan. Yeah, you can get at some of the chicken places and stuff. They'll also serve frog legs, and they're not. They're pretty small frogs, so they're really tiny. They're like really tiny chicken wings. Is what I've had. A lot of like weird purpley veins in them, but yeah, they taste pretty good. And most things fried taste pretty good, but yeah, they're not much. I'm trying to think of what an equivalent is. Kind of a very tender. Yeah, I can't think of a good equivalent. Kind of but similar to chicken wings, maybe a little more, a little lighter in the fiber of the muscle than a chicken wing. But yeah, when they fry them, they're very light. But yeah, they eat frog legs a lot at some of the fried food places here. But they're small. They're really small. So they must be like Asian frogs. They must be domestic frogs. Joe says, "Hell no." Yeah. Yeah. What was the that French animation? The I can't remember what the sisters, the older sisters that would throw like hand grenades into the ponds to raise the frogs up so they could catch them and harvest them. The some Belleville something of animation had a funny scene of frog catching. Yeah, but they're really not bad. I don't think there's, aside from the legs, I don't think there's much else. I don't know. I don't know if there's much else you can eat. But yeah, frog legs are a thing in Japan. Joe doesn't want any of that. Yeah, when you think about frogs, like they are kind of one of the less. It's like kind of thinking about eating a lizard or a snake. It's like nothing that kind of makes that feel okay as food. But the actual frog legs themselves, like once they're cooked, are almost indistinguishable from like a miniature chicken wing. So they don't have the big feet on them or anything, or maybe some people prepare them that way. But the ones that I have had look like little tiny, light, very like white chicken wings. I hope this is always after dinner for Joe and not right before he's trying to eat something. Yeah, it's funny. That's an odd thing. I think most of Asia has that, kind of delicacy mentality. Like there are rare delicacies, like rare foods that came from, kind of little regional situations. People figured out they could eat certain things in certain parts of the country, and then they become these delicacies. But they're always like a fear factor, like, challenge. They're always a little rough, like how you actually eat the thing. But I think that's a kind of rite of passage, or for foreigners living in Asia. You have relatives or friends or whatever that are like, try this, try this, try this. So you do end up trying a lot of really nasty stuff. But it's funny because I think, the history of food, like if you look at types of food, like American barbecue didn't come from somebody really interested in, finding a new part of the cow to eat. It came from, slaves, or, the workers, like the kind of indentured workers, or, just the help on the farm, were given the worst cuts of meat and had to figure out ways to cook them to make them more edible. So they invented long cooking barbecue and things that made the meat more palatable. So in like food, there's so much like weird, like racial and social history, and I think there's probably a lot of that in Japan too. But I don't think people pay attention to it as much. But yeah, eating those weird things, of like, yeah, they figured this out because they were probably starving at some point. Somebody was like so hungry they were just eating anything that they could catch, and found, oh, this is interesting or different or better. It's, so those delicacies probably came out of some really ugly necessity. And so yeah, they don't think about it in that same way. Yeah, Sedona, we thought you were normal. Python jerky, wow. I can't imagine. So that's got to be what pythons are like, South America, right? I can't imagine. Like, that's a lot of jerky from a single python. You can make a lot of jerky. Do you think there's python farming? That would be insane. Yeah, I've never had. I think I may have had like dried snake meat. I've never had, but they eat a lot of eels and things here that are very snake-like. There's a lot of fish, aquatic eels and things, like both freshwater and saltwater, whatever, ocean, whatever. A lot of different types of very snake-like fish in Japan, and some of them are really good. Some of them, although it's odd because they have so many very fine bones, almost like a little bit thicker than a hair. So many fine bones that you can't debone them because they run like through the course of all the body and all the meat. So they have this way that they cut the meat so that you can chew the bones, because the bones are more like cartilage or whatever. They're very thin and chewable, and after they're cooked, very easy. But you can still kind of catch, like if you're eating something, you can kind of catch the wrong direction. Or feel, oh, there's a bone in here. There's a little, like 1/4-inch piece of bone in here, and there's many of them, and I'm just have to make sure I'm chewing the correct direction so they don't like embed themselves in the side of my mouth. But yeah, that's a trick. Oh my god, that's right. Yeah, maybe you could eat the python that ate your cousin, right? Oh my god, that's right. Yeah, what if you? That's like a Eskimo cousin or Eskimo brother cannibalism, right? If you eat the snake that ate a person, aren't you like, yeah, one step, you're 1 degree removed from cannibalism? Yeah, that's crazy. Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, we are all a little strange. Uh, yeah, so that's very fun. And that was a thing, I think I talked about that before. They do weird things. Like there's a weird level of, I mean, it's almost like a Soviet Russia level of weird food stuff they do for school lunches. school lunch programs in Japan. So some of the more countryside, like a lot of the times, so that's the excuse, that Japan uses a lot for their whaling, scientific research, but also food. And so when they have these whale hunts and get whatever they want, the whale oil or whatever they want from the catch, they have the meat, and so they sell the meat, or the meat is used in the school lunches. So so they eat whale here, and maybe not so much recently, but kind of in the 80s, 70s, 80s, school lunch programs, maybe like once a month, or in particular months when they had the stock of the whale meat. So it's a real fatty, real chewy kind of fish. It's not like fish. It's not fiber or flaky like fish. It's more like meat, but really, really fatty meat. So probably like similar to eating a seal or something. But I've had it cooked in soup before, like in a what they call nabe, so just like cooked in a soup stock, and it gets really hard to chew. Yeah, it's really unpleasant. I think maybe grilled or something might be a little bit better. But anyhow, so that was so they also make a fish cake, which it's just like processed fish meat that they like boil down, and then for the calcium in it, as I guess is what the excuse is, they put the crushed fish bones. So they grind or reduce fish, some certain kinds of fish bones, and maybe like I was saying, that like the more cartilage type bones of certain fish, and they mix these fish cakes with fish bones, and so there are these gray little discs that often they'll put in soup or whatever, like miso soup or something for the school lunch. And these things are a nightmare because you eat them, you think they're like a fish cake, so they're very soft and kind of what's an equivalent, like a bit harder than pudding, like something cooked solid, like an egg, like they have the consistency of like a hard-boiled egg, and you're chewing them, and then you'll hit little pieces of bone, and sometimes like how they process them, some pieces of bone are insanely sharp, and that was horrible. But I guess they do it because calcium, I don't know. But yeah, gray fish cakes full of bone is a thing that are in school lunches. Yeah, so it seems like they process a lot of that's if there's a place in Japan that's going to start eating Soylent Green, it's probably going to be school lunch programs. They'll just, put the elderly to use in school lunches. Ugh. But, I'm always surprised the things that they subject the kids to. But some people like whale meat. Like some people, will specifically go to whale meat or, more exotic meat restaurants because they like that difference. But just nothing quite smells the same. I mean, and if anybody's vegetarian, I'm sorry, sorry for the offense, but nothing quite smells as good as grilled beef. Like grilling beef, and that's why all the steak restaurants and stuff, they vent their grills and stuff outside, so that everyone's smelling that, around dinner time. Yeah, and there's a station in Tsuruhashi station in Osaka that's kind of the Koreatown, and so a lot of the Korean barbecue restaurants, and so that is a really smoky but really cooking meat smelling area. So sometimes it smells really, when you're headed home after work, it's torture because it smells really good and you want a steak or you want barbecue. But if you're there like after eating or after a night of drinking or whatever, that smell is, sometimes a little too much, sometimes overpowering. I think that's the biggest kind of diplomatic or political problem that Japan and Australia have is, Australia is very, save the whales and anti-Japanese whaling, and Japan hasn't gone out of their way to justify whaling particularly, but it's much older than the existence of Australia. So it's a little bit hard to argue that culture, the whaling culture of Japan is a lot older than anything that's ever existed in Australia aside from Aboriginals, aside from the original people. So Europeans having that, we know it's a little bit of like cultural arrogance and a little bit racist. It has kind of racist overtones. But when it's about saving the whales, people ignore the racism of it. About oh, you stupid Asian people, we're going to tell you what is correct and not correct to hunt. Yeah, but they do have the cullings in Japan. If you've ever seen the Cove, that documentary that showed kind of the whale culling, where the whole cove, the whales were like driven into the cove area someplace in Japan and just slaughtered, so that the water is just like blood red. Like the water is just the color of blood, and they just slaughter all of these whales. So those are the kind of things that get Australians very upset. And I think it's just because it's not people on boats with bone tip spears whale hunting now. It's very commercial, very industrial level hunting, so that the number of animals that are killed is huge, compared to what it would have been in the more traditional whaling practices. So that's probably their argument, that it's on an industrial scale. And that's what's unhealthy about it. But also, Asia has a lot of the problems with just because of populations. They have problems with exploiting or overfishing areas. Because if there's money to be made. Oh, hi, Yum. I think certain whales. I think certain whales are. It depends, but I'm sure they've all become close to. I mean, they get so overhunted with that kind of industrial whale hunting that I'm sure a lot of them are close to India. I mean, certain types I think are supposed to be untouched, and that may be a problem too. Is who knows if Japan respects that, or at least those companies, when they're culling whales, they may not respect protections, endangered species protections. Oh, right, dolphins. Yeah. That's right. The Cove was dolphins. I thought they were like little whales, but maybe they were dolphins. Yeah, but they say. Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, it's a strange thing. It's a very it feels very foreign, that aesthetic. But same thing with like eating dog or horse. Like those are both common things in Asia. And I don't understand either of those, because those are incredibly useful domestic animals. And why you would eat them if you weren't starving to death, I have no idea. But, whoa. Yeah. But Asia does that. But like I was saying, that's the scary thing, is probably some of that culturally comes from times when, village is in such dire situation that they just start eating the dogs, and so they figured out how to prepare dogs. And now, when they're not, they're become a delicacy. So even when they're not in situations where they're starving, because they learned how to prepare dogs, it can become more of a ceremonial or a festival food or something. But it probably has history in some pretty, serious, dangerous situations. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so a little bit early stream, so I'm glad you guys found it, and I'm trying to figure out. I re-added. Reconnected to Facebook and YouTube and everything, because the notifications weren't going out and things weren't being posted, because I think the Facebook API was updated and they did something strange to it, and something else, YouTube is like screwed up their live streaming thing, so it's all YouTube events now. So the restreaming software that I use, I don't think works well with YouTube streaming, because when I go to the kind of control panel, area, I can't. There's no way to preview. I have to go to the actual event page. There was no way to preview. Oh, yeah, my green screen is looking pretty filthy. There's no way to actually preview the stream within the kind of management backend. I have to actually go to the event. Oh, Yum. Uh-oh. They don't let you talking about whales, Yum. I feel like whales are easy targets. Oh, yeah. No, definitely. And I think that's why that, yeah, whaling became a thing, because that's a lot. That's a lot of everything. You know, it was a lot of lamp oil, or whatever you would use whale oil for. Like those industries grew up because one animal produced so much, and they're just kind of, they're not gonna they're easy to go after. I mean, you saw the old paintings of basically people in wooden boats with harpoons whaling. So it started very it started as a big yield. And of course humans always figure out a way to overhunt. Oh, F word. Did you? Was it the F word? Effing whales. It's effed up to hunt whales, yeah. Yeah, it's a funny thing, but it's like I don't know if Japan's hiding behind their cultural, behind it being a cultural thing, when they're just using it for, cheap materials or easy research, and saying, oh no, we eat whales, or at least we force school kids to eat whales. I don't know. Oh yeah. No, definitely. I think they're definitely easy to overhunt. I mean, that's why they are endangered, because they're really easy to once you have more advanced technology and giant ships that you can actually lift a whale and put it onto. It's like, it's fish in a barrel. It's a little too easy to do that. So I think it's definitely good. Those protections are needed, but then you have to enforce those things, and who knows what benefit, or what they're actually what parts are valuable, or what parts are sold. And if it's just a very small part of the animal, that's pretty ridiculous that they would do that. But just like shark fin soup and all that good stuff, Asia loves to have those delicacies. No, I agree. Yum. That's a very I mean, I think it made sense at one time, because that kind of hunt could feed a small seaside village for a long time. But now that everything is commercial, it's hard to justify. And they do I mean, that would be an amazing farm, but they do like farm raised tuna now. That's one thing that the university that I work with is really proud of, is their technology. They figured out very successful ways to farm raise large fish. So if they ever expanded on that, they could definitely, if there is something that incredibly useful about whales, they could farm raise whales. Oh yeah. I think that's true. Yeah, that's the problem with overhunting, is the ethical questions. And when money is involved, it's like, it seems like it just goes out the window. Like people, just like poaching and everything else, people will hunt whatever makes money, regardless of, they'll take the risk to not get caught, just for the financial benefit, which really sucks for animals, because it's not like they have a chance to defend themselves against the hunters in most modern situations. All right, this is not gonna work. But yeah, I've been watching still watching a lot of Criterion Channel, which is such a treat to have in Japan. It's wonderful because I've just basically stopped watching a lot of foreign films because the only way to see them is, the foreign language with Japanese subtitles. And most of the time there's just no way to read fast enough to be able to enjoy the film. So I had to give up a lot of Korean and Chinese films that I liked from before, but Criterion is a nice thing to have. So I just watched I forget the director, but an old 50s kind of film noir called Gun Crazy, about a guy about a kid that kind of fell in love with guns and shooting, and it got him in trouble. He ended up stealing a gun from a hardware store window. It's amazing. They used to just be in hardware store windows. So he broke a window and stole a gun, and got caught by the police, and so went to reform school, and then from there went to the military. And then when he came back to his hometown, there was a traveling carnival that had a sharpshooting kind of Annie Oakley type show, and he fell in love with the girl, the star of the show. So he joined the show, and they wanted, she always kept talking about how she wanted more. So she was definitely the kind of femme fatale role, and always talking about how she wanted more. And he wanted to give it to her because he was in love with her, and so they ended up becoming a stick-up crew, like a couple that just went, very Bonnie and Clyde, went across the country, just robbing banks and payrolls and things. And so it had the obvious inevitable end, but the scenes of her pulling him back into it, because he was really reluctant even as a kid to kill anything. He had an experience when he was really young of shooting a chick. He was on a farm and had a pellet gun and shot a chick and killed it, and then from that time on he never wanted to he was adverse to using a gun against somebody. And so her convincing him to become a stick-up crew together really freaked him out, because the closer they got to killing someone, the more he started to resist. So yeah, it was really good, really really tense, and some really great most of the time when they do the rear projection. Hey, Landon Goat, thanks for the follow. A lot of time when they do a rear projection in the 40s and 50s movies, it's real, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't line up. It's just kind of a random, kind of image they're putting behind you just to give you the effect of the car. But in this movie, a lot of the rear projection was very accurate, and they were parking, or they were fleeing the police, and so the police were coming into frame in the rear projection and stuff, and the timing worked really well. It incorporated enough of what they were actually doing, so it wasn't just a random hills going by, or fence posts going by, or in the rear view just regular traffic. It actually, they had to film what was going to happen in the police pursuit or whatever. So yeah, it did a really really amazing job of using rear projection to do car chases, which is, that's pretty, I haven't seen that done so well before. But yeah, just very typical kind of not heavy film noir, but that same kind of structure where he's pulled into a life of crime by just by being in love. That's a big W. All right. Oh, thanks, Landon. Yeah, thanks for dropping in, and have a good night. Yeah, I'm maybe late where you are, and of course, it's the middle of the week, so sorry about that. But thanks for stopping by. Yeah, but that's so, I can't believe it took me so long. Well, you have to figure that out. You have to kind of find out if you can use a VPN, or if it's region protected or whatever. So every one of these streaming services kind of has different rules about how they're doing things. And some VPNs work and some don't with different services, so you have to experiment. And so finding out Criterion was available outside of the US, even though it's not, it's not available. Only in the US and Canada is it available. But being able to watch that really helped my opinion of streaming because that was getting so frustrating, especially during lockdown, to find something that could hold my interest or that was fun to get into. That's why that's why I was watching The Wire and things that I'd already heard people talk about, or people recommend, because anything else I started was disappointing. Yes, it's really nice. There's just so much stuff I want to catch up on, and so much stuff I've never seen. And you can do, they do collections by director and everything, so it's really easy to watch all of someone's work, like an entire filmography, which is better than binging a Netflix original. It's crazy. Yeah, I wonder, in hindsight, how they're going to talk about this time, because there's TV critics and media critics that talk about the evolution of television and when things started happening, like they loosened the restriction for swearing or nudity or whatever on television. So there's all these cultural trends about things that happen in pop culture and on TV, and I wonder in the broader scale how they're going to see this time, because we had the kind of DVR thing that affected television. You could time shift television, so TV stopped being an event. It started just being something that was people backed up or recorded and what to watch later. And now we're doing streaming, so it's got to change a lot. And I saw a lot of people were complaining the second season of The Boys is out on Amazon, and they're releasing it weekly to try to get buzz about every episode, if they have some shocking event or something. So people are, talking about it on social media or blogs or whatever. Reviewers are able to review every episode, but it seems like people are really frustrated and kind of done with that model. They want a season. They want to watch a season of a show. They talk about judge the whole season. They don't want things to come out weekly and have it take 10 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever the the length of a season is for that show. They don't want it to take 10 weeks, and they can't sustain that interest with other things they want to watch. So I was really amazed about the frustration I saw people expressing about weekly releases for my camera is slipping into oblivion. People talking about the Boys being weekly. Yeah, what's supposed to be. I mean, you have to use a VPN and probably an American or North American credit card to sign up, but they don't block the stream itself. But I didn't say that. cut that out. But I was really happy that the stream was available. They didn't block or restrict it, because American Hulu is pretty restrictive, and a lot of VPNs don't work with American Hulu, and but they're just trying to they do that to protect their international rights, the ability to sell those then. But I don't think Criterion is marketing internationally. Criterion is a film archive with foreign films and everything being the base is English, even though I think they do Spanish and French, but maybe they don't have that same kind of global view. But and I love it. And they do the digital restoration of these films, and basically, I mean, the thing that I like the most about it is they're giving you what they're going to release on Blu-ray, or what they have released on DVD and what they're going to release on Blu-ray. You basically can preview it. You're not going to see it exactly because it's streaming, but you can see what they did as far as the color correction and cleaning up, and then also the features. So if there's a commentary or documentary or something they're going to include on the disc itself, that will also be available on the Criterion channel. So basically, you can see everything that's going to be released on disc and kind of decide, on making purchases based on that. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I agree. Weekly releases feel strange. I mean, I haven't felt. Yeah, and I guess because that was all on TV, and so and that's the thing. It was on TV. It was on like cable television. I'm thinking of like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones and stuff. And so there was no. I had no way to see it except because streaming wasn't quite there. So when early seasons of Game of Thrones and Breaking Bad were on, you had to peer to peer. You had to what is it called? Oh my god! You just had to download. You had to file share. Yeah, file sharing. You just had to file share to watch it when the rest of the world was watching it. I think Australia has to do that with everything because the deals are such garbage. They get things so late and they're so expensive. I don't even know how much they get on to television. So Australians are big file sharers because they want to kind of participate in the English language pop culture on the internet, and they just don't get things released there. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, recent stuff, it's so frustratingly formulaic, and that's why Criterion was so refreshing, is because it's stuff. It's Tarkovsky and Fellini, and it's like all of their work. It's just insane to be able, and things that I saw once in school or saw once at a theater and have never seen again. And these are like digital restorations, so it's better than maybe if I had it on VHS or something. This is better than I'd ever seen it before at home. So yeah, it's just really that's really nice because you're not making bad decisions when you're just when you're choosing things on the Criterion channel, which is so nice compared to the I don't want to watch this anymore feeling of Netflix. Ah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but this it's frustrating though because there's a few directors that I really like that their work is not on Criterion, and it may be they rotate things on and off. They don't have like their full catalog all the time, but yeah, there's a couple of directors that I want to watch all of their stuff, and it's not there, or those directors aren't there. Like or I was really surprised. It's really hard to find Charlie Kaufman movies. I thought those are pretty mainstream, like Being John Malkovich and Adaptation and stuff. I thought those are pretty mainstream, but I can't find any place that they're reliably on or all in the same place. And he did direct. Because I was talking about, I'm thinking of ending things like last week or the week before. He did direct that. So I guess Schenectady, I'm saying that wrong, but Schenectady, New York, and I'm thinking of ending things he directed himself, not just the screenplay. But yeah, yeah. So something. Or I can. Oh, I'll do that. I can do that later. I'll do that as another interruption. But yeah, I got a Blu-ray just recently from Criterion that I've been waiting for. It came out the end of last year, and I've been waiting for another release of it because it has a soundtrack with a bunch of different, like famous artists on it. So I think maybe the soundtrack made it kind of made it difficult to release. So there hadn't been a version of it for quite a while. There was a German DVD version. So anyhow, the movies of the full movie is like a 4 hour, like the director's cut is a 4 hour cut, and because of the music and because of that conflict of the or that scale of the director's cut, it hadn't been released. Except for in the 90s, there was a German version that did a release, and but Criterion finally released it on Blu-ray, and so I'll show you that later. All right, thinking about cartoons. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, if you get a chance, definitely. If you've got Netflix, definitely watch Thinking of Ending Things, or I really liked. He just wrote the screenplay, but I really liked Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's good too. Yeah, and I think you can find if you just want to read his screenplays. I think people have posted screenplays have been kind of floating around because his screenplays are really amazing, and they kind of get changed a bit. There's things that can't be done maybe as well when they're actually produced as films. So sometimes the screenplays have things in them that are really amazing as a screenplay and don't translate as well onto film. But yes, okay, what's going on here? Oh, I'm off there it is. Yeah, Eternal Sunshine. Yeah, that came out. That was leaked. The screenplay was leaked, and I think before they had even found a director or a deal for it, and that just like hit me. That was right at divorce time. I think I was separated, and reading that screenplay just wow, that was a real like emotional punch. It was really, really hard and really good. I mean, hard in a good way, but really, really hits hard. But from the screenplay, I could tell it was going to be a real difficult thing to execute because they're like traveling through the character's memories, and so it goes into his childhood and everything. So the adult actors, they don't change the actors so much. Sometimes they do, but most of the time they don't. So when they're going back through memories, they're hiding in childhood memories. They're the adults, so they have to scale everything up. And so, yeah, they're like hiding under the kitchen table, but they're adult size, but they can fit under the kitchen table. Those sorts of things. And when the memories are being erased, like there's a memory erasing process in the story. And when the memories are being erased, things are just disappearing. So visually, it's very interesting because just fences and things are just like disappearing as they're moving through the frame. And yes, yeah, very much. Yeah, it was a very rough time to. But it was very true. I mean, and I think you have to, that kind of makes you grow up pretty fast or get unselfish about what you're doing because you realize that you're throwing everything away. When you're getting a divorce, all of it's gone. So there's good stuff. Like you wouldn't have been together if there wasn't good stuff. And so that movie really emphasizes like, a relationship as a whole. And you end it when it sucks and when you hate each other. But it wasn't always that way. So going back through that is incredibly painful. And it's the same thing with a divorce. You've got like photos and things and all kinds of books and CDs and stuff that you're separating, and all of those are memories and things that you bought together and stuff, and you're just as a whole you're just chopping it all up and getting rid of it. And that story puts those things into really in really interesting terms. And I like the it's really sad, but there's like a weird optimism to it, so yeah, there's something kind of like anti-regret. I think it's kind of what the final message of that story is that people regret relationships or regret divorce or breakups can be full of regret, but it was going to happen. Like these the kind of inevitability of things makes it a little bit easier to deal with the difficulty. Yeah, but good stuff. I mean, really, really a good idea. And I'm always curious if you know that film or if you want to watch that film. Think about this, because this is the question I always have, or I had from the very first time I read that screenplay. The scene almost at the end of the movie where as proof that you want this memory erasing process to be done, you have to kind of do make a terms and conditions, like you accept the terms and conditions on an audio tape. I want to erase this person from my memory, and so you make this audio tape. And so these are kind of the records that the clinic keeps of people having done this process. So there's proof of it, because once they take that person out of your memory, you don't know who it is anymore. And so you have to have confirmation that was, agreed upon. And so there's a scene in the movie where they hear that tape. And that to me feels like the whole seed of the idea. Like, what if you met somebody that you don't know and they played you a tape that said you used to be in love and that person chose to take you out of their head? And it was just, whoa, yeah, that was huge. So that really feels like that was the seed, or the kind of thing that started that whole idea. Is that's what that situation would create. Like if that technology existed, that's what would would happen is you'd have total strangers walking up to you saying, "Oh yeah, we used to be in love or we used to be married until you erased me." Yeah. So very interesting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's all, develop, and all your failures and everything as a person give you, create all those scars and definition and strengths that, you wouldn't have had otherwise. So people that haven't been through a lot, yeah, tend to be a lot less interesting. But people that make fake problems and fake dramas in their lives tend to be a real pain in the ass. Yeah, people that crave drama just for the sake of it. But no, I think it's very, yeah, all that stuff is very important. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, very, yeah, fate. Yeah, feels like fate, a lot of that. Because you probably would. I mean, and well, yeah, that's a good point about making you who you are. Because if you were allowed to delete mistakes, wouldn't you just make that same mistake again? Like, would you? Why would you be a different person or different enough if you had the no knowledge, no memory of a mistake you made? You would just. So if you stepped in a pothole and sprained your ankle, broke your ankle, but you took the memory out of that because it was too painful, wouldn't you just do that again? Like, oh, but that was such a horrible experience. It was so painful and it took so long to heal. I want to erase that memory. And then you just would do the exact same thing again. You walk the exact same way and break your leg the exact same way over and over again if you could erase it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's true. And that's what they talk about with the, with social media and like digitally, how much we can see, like how much happiness we can see people enjoying and how much horror, like horrible things that we can see in the world. The scale of it is so big that we can't process that. So I think even in your life you kind of block things, and that's why, like, when the more distant memories become, kind of the sweeter they become. You don't remember the your car running out of gas or fights that you had or whatever as much as you just remember the kind of simpler, happier memories. So things kind of sweeten with age, just because your brain can't keep all that unpleasantness filed. Yeah, yeah, no, it's true. I think that's a really it's a really good thing. And as long as as long as you develop or learn from the things that happen to you, everything, happened for a reason, or everything has the right, to exist. Yeah. Yeah, so there's an interesting digital technology in the movie. I'll show you later too, an interesting idea that kind of almost predicted the narcissism of social media, which is very interesting in the 90s, that they were already pretty convinced we were going to just be monkeys in a mirror, basically, once technology was done with us. All right. I don't know what's going on with drawing. I didn't have any ideas. I know it's just infinite boxes. Oh. Yeah, but it's good stuff. His writing is really good. Yeah, so I'm thinking of ending things is another memory kind of story, but it's not. There's no sci-fi to it. It's just like a slow realization of the events of the movie that you're watching, of what they really are, like what they represent, and that's pretty painful. It's pretty brutal, but it kind of makes sense. It feels very real. There's like a weird truth to it when you think about, like, somebody that's just in their head all day, like doing a very menial job, just in your head all day. And what if you think of yourself as a failure, and there's so many things that you didn't do and wanted your life to be, and it just wasn't, and all you have to do is just think about it all the time at this, like, meaningless job that, there's no mental part to it. There's no mental component to it. So you're just constantly obsessing about the failures of your life. Ugh. I forgot I have coffee now. It's very cold coffee. All right. Yeah, it's good. No, I haven't. Dr. Romani, no. I haven't. Oh, where did Joe and Sedona go? I think they went to get some dinner. Yeah, what does Dr. Romani talk about? Does he talk about like narcissism and kind of modern personality trouble, personality problems, disorders, I guess? Yeah, there's somebody somebody I was listening to. They wrote a book about, and it was based on study. It was based on research, so it wasn't just speculation or whatever. They actually did some clinical testing, but was talking about the moral grandstanding. So basically, like virtue signaling and moral grandstanding. Hey, Joe. Sorry, I don't know. We couldn't tell if we lost you or not. Not very interesting. But the discussion of like virtue signaling and moral grandstanding, like how that operates in social media, it's literally a problem, an unsolvable problem. You can't get people to stop it, because the more you recognize it, identify it, and try to make people not do it, it just encourages them more, because you're questioning, you're bringing into question if they're a good person or not, and they want to do nothing more than demonstrate what a good person they are and how much of a member of their tribe they are. And so it's not until kind of social mores, or kind of not until that becomes embarrassing or shameful and commonly recognized will people stop doing it. So it's one of those unsolvable problems. Ah, nice. Circus. But so that was very depressing, because we just have to wait for people to evolve out of this like current mode, this infancy that they're in with social media, and how it can be used as group identification, and how powerful virtue signaling is, and how people have to invent new things to be self-righteous and good and virtuous about, because there's just not enough. Dr. Romani. Okay, cool. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, I will take a look. Yeah, the name sounds familiar, but I'll look her up. But that's definitely a thing I think we have to deal with a lot more than we ever had before. It's so heartbreaking to see like how kids deal with photos and things now. Like they're so obsessed with their own image. And I guess, babies and whatever, you always looked in the mirror, like little kids always like looked in the mirror at themselves. But now that there's this like, constant stream of images that you're creating and seeing yourself. So that weird thing where kids now have it in their head. You take a photo of them with your camera, and then they want to see it. It's like they instantly have to see their image and how they're representing in this weird digital world. It's so funny too, because we're gonna have people that, how there's just a few photos. Like if you had physical photos taken of you, some instant photos, and then some, ones that were processed film, there's only a certain number of photos, and at certain events there was like one photo taken, maybe a group photo was taken. So if you're looking down, your eyes are closed, or you're not paying attention, or that's the photo of you from that time in your life. And they're so rare. So when people are missing, or they're doing documentaries about people and showing them at different stages, they don't have a lot to work with. But now we're going to have like a photo a day of just about everybody that was born, you know, after the birth of digital technology or digital photography. Dr. Phil. Yeah, I haven't heard. Is Dr. Phil still a thing? I haven't heard about him in a while. Is he still doing the same stuff? Because he was the guy that would always have the misbehaving teens on the bad teens. That can't be. I mean, how long can that gimmick last? All right, what's going on with the? Okay, so an open box. Oh, maybe some. Oh, I think it's the space bar is kind of broken on this keyboard. That's weird. Yeah, it feels a little strange. That's why I can't do that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, especially if you felt some kind of relief or some understanding of that situation. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, narcissism is hard to deal with, and how people, yeah, want to involve you in it. Yeah, and I think a lot of the, you know, moral grandstanding and virtue signaling is narcissism as well, but it's also a need to, you know, belong to a group and identify a certain way. All right, so maybe some paper. Can I draw maybe bubble wrap? Let's see. That might be something I need to do only in the... Yeah, maybe only in the shadows. Let's see what that looks like. Actually, just do another layer. And a little bit closer. I don't know. This is going to be hard to get this to read. I think I've done this, tried to draw this before. I can't remember what I did last time. But yeah, that's interesting that I can't reliably reproduce the same pen quality. That shows you the sensitivity is not great on this tablet. So I should be able to get that same line thickness, because I'm barely moving my hand, so it should read about the same. Yeah, it's crazy. Wow. Yeah, maybe I'll just bring the brush size down and try to do it as thin as possible. So, whoa, where is it? Get rid of that and try this. Smaller. Yeah, I'll just kind of force it so that my pressure isn't the such a deciding factor here. Then I'll bring this all down to a little more gray. Yeah, that's really disappointing. This smaller tablet doesn't have, you just don't have the control for smaller details. But I guess it's asking you to, like, you know, work like this, work at this level. That's odd. Yeah, I don't like when tools have such an effect that the tool is kind of noticeable. Like, your technique has to change because the digital tool you're using or the software, you know, kind of has a weird quirk to it. I don't like when you can see that in people's work, because sometimes that does become a gimmick. Like trends in illustration and stuff happen because people, you know, figured out how to use, you know, natural paper textures or something within vector art and, you know, weird stuff like that. I really don't like that when you see that so easily. I guess to some extent it's always been like that, like, you know, the invention of different drawing tools and paint pigment and stuff. There we go. And then if I just take that down a little bit, oh, opacity, not fill. Take that down, and then I'll do some highlights on it and see if I can. Okay, so we'll try to do some, maybe some stacked boxes, if these are even close to the same perspective. Yeah, kind of. It's bubble, bubble, bubble wrap. Yeah, it's not. You won't be able to tell until I start to kind of shade it a little bit. But those are. Yeah, I'm just going to try to put the kind of shine and the kind of grayness of bubble wrap on there, and I think I can duplicate. Yeah, the texture is just going to be bubble wrap, and I might need to do a I don't know, it's going to get too psychedelic, but that weird because it's always multiple layers. Yeah, we'll see how that reads. I don't know. Yeah, I'll try a couple of different things. I think I did it before. I don't know if I could actually find that, but I think I did this before. This perspective is way off, and this box is actually going to be a problem because it's a little different. Yeah, well, let's just try to. Oh, sorry. Try to bring this into a little bit of the same perspective. There we go. Yeah, the danger with doing that is sometimes you'll make lines really thick or really thin, distorting the image too much. But yeah, that should work. Okay, so it's all about the bubble wrap. I think this will work. I've got a lot of blank layers. Okay. All right, I think that'll work. Oh, no, just last week was the kind of the 4-day weekend that they were calling Silver Week because it's respect for the elderly day. But yeah, no holiday, no holiday this week. I mean, there's so many national holidays here that there's a lot of random like 3-day weekends, or if they need to commemorate a specific date, you get like occasionally like a Wednesday or a Thursday holiday, which is really odd here, kind of breaking up the week. But yeah, nothing. There's not going to be anything for a while, and they don't recognize. They celebrate or kind of decorate for Halloween and have Halloween parties and stuff, but Halloween isn't a national holiday. So that's going to be the next one. That's what everyone's all the shops and stuff are selling now is Halloween goods. But it's just it's more of an adult holiday here. There's no trick-or-treating, which is a shame. Because it'd be very nice. Well, I mean, there's also a lot of psychos here, so there would probably be some shocking things done to candy. But it would be a nice thing for kids to enjoy. And it's funny because Halloween here, because cosplay is such a thing, it's so, like, there's people that, make their living as cosplayers in Japan, as, kind of cosplay models, and working at trade shows and stuff, and selling, photo books and things. So the costumes of Halloween have to be kind of different from that. So there's a lot of zombie and a lot of just kind of more like the US. They try to do something humorous, but a lot of zombies. Like zombie is Halloween here, just because then that takes it away from anything that somebody may do professionally. You know, you're not going to do anime characters or anything that you would have done professionally for a trade show or something. Psychos, yeah, sorry. Well, just so just the when crime is very rare, like there's very little crime in Japan, but when things do happen, they're always really, really extreme. Like when a teenager murders a younger kid in Japan, it doesn't just, they don't just like leave the body in the woods and whatever and deny ever knowing the kid or whatever. They cut the head off. They put the severed head at the gate to the school with a note coming out of the mouth that says like the game is on, or I forget whatever it said. I mean, when violent crimes and bad things are committed here, they are really extreme and really messed up. Like, if you're going to do something like that, you do a very extreme version of it. So I'm just assuming, even though it's more kind of like urban legend, about like, razor blades and apples and poison candy and things, there's not like as much actual cases of that happening. I can imagine that Halloween candy would be a nightmare in Japan if somebody ever got any bad ideas about what to do with it. Because when somebody does something bad here, it's really bad. It's just on this like insane level of disturbing. Like nobody does, there's no simple anything because it's rare, and so you have to be, sorry, because you have to be very disturbed in a lot of cases. To actually, think about, committing murder or whatever. So it's much more rare. And so, well, like recently, not recently, like maybe 6 months ago or whatever, that insane. I'm not trying to say that, being prejudiced of mental health or anything, but the unstable fellow that went and got filled up a big can of gasoline or kerosene and took it on a little push cart into the animation studio and then lit it on fire at the bottom of the spiral staircase. And the staircase, just operated as a chimney and just like pulled the smoke and pulled the flames all the way up into the building. And the emergency, the roof access emergency was blocked, so it couldn't be opened, and so a lot of people at that animation studio died of smoke inhalation, like up at the highest level, trying to get out on the roof to avoid the flames and avoid the smoke. So people just do crazy things like that. It's always theatrical and like this major thing, and what was this guy's obsession with this animation studio and those sorts of things. So when things happen here, it's always just whoa. It's always very, very over the top. There's never any simple nonsense. It's like and I guess with low crime, the only criminal acts you get are people that are really unstable and really have a huge, everybody is like John Doe from Seven. If they're gonna do something bad, they have this message or this mission they want to they want to get across. Yeah, it was really sad. Yeah, it was Kyoto Animation. They did. I'm gonna totally blank on that, but they did some pretty famous anime series that you probably know. But they recovered. They rebuilt and recovered, but it's very sad. I forget. They lost. It was like double digits, I think, of people that died in that fire. Something. Yeah, very sad. But what was that? What's the motivation for that? What exactly was going on there? And now you see at a lot of gas stations now you can't fill anything, and even like snowmobiles or jet skis or whatever, they don't want you filling anything that's not a vehicle at a lot of gas stations, just to kind of prevent that kind of stuff happening in the future, that kind of arson. So yeah, I've seen a lot of signs now for limitations for filling gas cans and things. They're putting big limits on that. Yeah, because there's a bunch of security footage of him just walking around doing that, like, preparing for that and pushing his little cart, and just that was really disturbing. Yeah, I think he got pretty badly burnt too. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, he got pretty badly burnt in the fire because trying to light a barrel of fuel is not the easiest thing to do when you don't know what you're doing. But yeah, it's always like that. So the like the I don't want to. This is like with the pre-Halloween stream, I guess. But there was my daughter was watching the news, and they were talking about this kidnapper, this guy in his not that old, like 30s or 40s, that was kidnapping children, and he would, to kill them, just wrap their heads completely in in fabric tape, like the gaffer's tape, kind of that heavy tape that you can get. He would just wrap their heads and suffocate them in the tape. So these kids were found with their heads, wrapped in tape. And what a horrific image! It's just like all of it sounds like it was inspired. It wasn't, but it all sounds like it was inspired by, like, horror manga or something. It's like so over the top. And so my daughter was pretty young. That was like maybe 5 years ago or something. And her seeing that, she's like, well, why did he do that? What is that? Why would somebody do that? Like, that just completely blew her mind. But when they are talking about the crimes like that, they always have this, like, really unhinged element to them where you're like, my God, did you just want to kill, like, just kill a kid and run away and just leave? And it's like, why are you have to come up with the most bizarre method that you possibly can? But it's because it's so rare. It's because it takes so much for somebody to get to that point. So it's going to be this, like, extreme method. It's really, really bizarre. But that's fun. Sorry. So no more. No more of that. We could have a really, I could just, if I collected all of my my Japanese murder stories, we could have a really scary Halloween cast. But yeah, nobody's just the plain old murdering type here. They always have to have some really, really extreme motivation. Yeah, it's funny. And that's what so for a little while the kind of blood and guts, like torture movies, I think, maybe kind of the same time. No, this is a little earlier, but the kind of in that vein of Hostel, or some of the torture horror movies that America was making. So similar to that, there was a movie called The Human Garden, I think, that had these depictions of a killer that I think he dressed in like a weird, like a kabuto mushi, like samurai type helmet or something really silly. But he kidnapped women and then kind of pulled them, like took them apart, like deboned them and kind of took them apart in these very intricate ways. And they did the film itself, like they did a lot of like practical effects to really show like very detailed, like how you would separate a shoulder or a joint or whatever. And so it was very extreme, and it was kind of starting a trend. Like there were similar kind of torture-y kind of horror movies, but then somebody actually did that, and then like, okay, we're not doing this, is not a kind of film that we can make anymore, and so they banned that style of film because it actually inspired someone to kill someone in that same way. But I didn't understand why the film itself was so detailed, so intricate. I mean, because it's very tense and very horrific to depict that, but it was very detailed in showing the attack or the process. And of course that just becomes like an instructional video for some psycho if you're going to be realistic about it. Like if you're going to consult a surgeon or a butcher or whatever about that to make your film realistic, then you're just making an instruction manual. Yeah, I forget when that was. Maybe late 80s or maybe early 90s, because that was the same time that stuff was becoming a little more popular in the US, the kind of torture horror movies. But yeah, they ban that right away. So that was like a type of Japanese horror movie that never got exported because right away they had the the incident, the real life incident. Okay, no more. Uh-oh. Joe got censored. I should be censored. I'm probably censored by now. No more of the no more murder stories. Oh. Oh, I didn't see. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, those sorts of things, because you never know, and that's kind of the thing that they're talking about that now. If you guys heard anything about the cuties drama, or the cuties, not drama, the controversy over the cuties movie on Netflix, um, so you can't make a horror movie, showing someone being killed and not like, you know, be making instructions for like how you would kill somebody. And in the same way they're talking about with that cuties movie, you can't make a movie that comments on exploitation of children without actually having to exploit children in the movie. And they didn't have to do it to the extent that they did in that movie, I think. But if you're trying to say, oh, this is okay, so you make a movie about like rape or murder or something, you depict that, you have to show that. So that's, yeah, so somebody has to be involved in that. And even though they're acting the trauma of a very horrible situation, and it's like that was, so is there's enough benefit to doing that? So but that was the thing that they were talking about with that movie is, okay, even if that movie is a comment about the exploitation of children, about how the kids grew up too fast and coming of age in kind of a social media digital age with that technology, you still have to, you shouldn't actually have 12-year-olds. You should probably have young looking 18-year-olds or whatever, if you're going to portray that, because then aren't you just exploiting children, trying to make a movie about how you shouldn't exploit children? Yeah, it's very strange. But I think like horror movies, run into that kind of thing too. If you're just doing it for entertainment or titillation, then is that, for horror movies, I'm not talking about cuties, but if you're just doing it for entertainment, is that okay? Yeah, I don't know. But that was I definitely saw the like kind of alt-right internet jumped on that so much, because that was funny, because for me that felt like a return to form, because more recently it seems like it's liberals and Democrats that are like, Hollywood is a cesspool, and wanting to censor things and being more aggressive, even since like the warning labels on or the stickers on music and things, advisory warnings. It was always, it became liberals, but it used to be like, I remember from the 80s, like Dungeons and Dragons is devil worship, that kind of 80s. I remember that was always Republicans, or I remember that always being Republicans. So when the conservative internet got all upset about cuties, I was like, it was very nostalgic, very retro, because they were always the ones, again, because the Christian right and everything, they were always the ones freaking out about everything. And so when they got upset about cuties, I was like, there we go. There's that conservative right that we knew about. Yeah, right. Yeah, anti-snuff film is a real... You have to make an actual snuff film if you want to depict what snuff films really are about. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's always that argument with, heavy metal causes suicide, Dungeons and Dragons causes devil worship, and all that stuff is like, you have to have a really low opinion of people to say that this media makes them do something. I mean, they're attracted to that media because they're already kind of predisposed to those things, and they would do that with or without it. It's, just I don't know if it, you can say it's not enforcing anything, but it's just something they're attracted to because they have that certain, leaning. I don't know. Yeah, but it's really, Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that argument about, violent video games causing school shootings and stuff, it's like, no, I think it's the, the kind of stress that we're putting kids under and how they run, some public schools like prisons that is encouraging the, that kind of extreme reaction. And I mean, I think, it's weird because, like people say when they see extreme events like 9/11 or the, any of the video school shootings or all this, horrible things we can see now, it's like, wow, it looks like a video game or it looks like a movie because, we have that layer between us. But I don't think that you actually say, oh, if I push a button, it's like it don't think it, I don't know. I don't know if I completely believe the desensitizing or the kind of lure of violence or something in media causing somebody to do it that wouldn't have done it otherwise. It's hard to okay, stop with the boxes. It's hard to argue that, I think. I don't know. I have more faith in people's decision making. I mean, unless you're broken, you should care about other people and you should have empathy. And I mean, if you don't, then yeah, then I think there's something wrong, something you need to figure out or get help with. And that might be the thing. I mean, if we had better, kind of thinking and discussion, more open discussion, instead of wanting to protect ourselves from mental illness, and you could very easily say, if you're having these feelings, ask for help. Just the same way we talk about suicide and things. If you're having suicidal thoughts, please get some help. We should try to, because of our kind of better understanding of sociopaths and psychopath kind of behavior. It's like we should be able to do that, have a kind of like society should be able to say, yeah, you should at least have some awareness. And if you have that awareness and still do it anyhow, that's unavoidable. Why are we, how did I get on? That's the thing about Livestream, is it just gets all too stream of consciousness and I just end up talking about ridiculous things. Oh, there you go. Oh, too much hate. Too much hate in your message. Thanks, Yum. I just saw that. Yeah, right. Like that's a special thing. Yeah. Like, oh, it's so, it's so, that's so offensive to me. Yeah, it's a difficult thing because I've heard that argument, and actually I have friends that have argued that sort of thing because different countries and different governments punish pedophilia or those crimes differently, the statutory rape kind of crimes differently. But the pedophile thing is strange because some people argue, if you have that, if that's your, kind of sexual orientation, I guess, for lack of a better, if that's what you're attracted to, but you don't act on it, then it's okay. But I don't know. I mean, that's kind of difficult. I mean, but there's not a good solution to it, because you'd have to, chemically, castrate or desexualize somebody. You'd have to be able to take that out of their, and just kind of erase that, like with drugs or whatever, to actually prevent that from ever happening. But you don't have the right. Nobody really has the right to do that. At the same time, you wouldn't judge, other people's sexuality. But saying that if they don't act on it is kind of a weird thing, that we can't really say anything about it, or it's not really immoral if they don't act on it, because even cis heterosexuals, basic the very whatever default whatever, I don't know what the less offensive way to say that is, but that attraction, heterosexual attraction, still has a dangerous side. There's still sexual assault and rape and everything, and but if they don't do that, then is it okay that they love that idea? I don't know, it's very difficult. But yeah, so that whole thing. So I understand the hate. I understand your hate. That's right. It is incredibly realistic. Yeah, right. No, that and I think that's exactly what I think as well. Is like there's, just like bestiality and everything. That, that if you have a party that can't consent, then how can you say, well, if that's what you like, that's what you like. Yeah, there's nothing good can come of that. Basically, it's just, yeah. So that argument is so strange, but but there are Germany, or there was some country that, like, is very tolerant of people expressing that interest, but as long as it's not ever acted upon, then yeah, it's nothing. I don't know. It's very odd. I don't. I don't understand, but yeah, I totally agree with that consent. I totally believe that. Yeah, that is the whole issue, and also the damage you do uh, to someone that's not like mentally or physically able to even handle what you are interested in with them is crazy. Like that's not even. I mean, that's a real way to damage an entire generation of people. Is just saying, yeah, if you're really into that, then we're not gonna. Yeah, it's really crazy. But that's a weird thing in Japan too, that they have a little bit of that. I don't know exactly the laws and things, but they have a lot of entertainment, like a lot of hentai, manga and things that are, that skew young, and they're specifically because I think they were really strict in the U.S. like starting in the 90s, like a 30-year-old woman can't pretend to be a 12-year-old or a 15-year-old, I guess, not 12-year-old, but a 15-year-old. She can't even pretend in a video or something without that being considered illegal. So even the suggesting that scenario was illegal, became illegal in the U.S. But in Japan, yeah, you get depictions of that, especially in manga, a lot, and it's not illegal. It's not like underground and stuff, but you can find it pretty easily. It's pretty, mainstream. So that's allowing that, to kind of rattle around in someone's head, and just hopefully they're not a school teacher or somebody in a position of trust, because that's, I don't know what these are. That's terrifying. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and we haven't figured out kind of where that comes from, like why you would want to be so much bigger and more powerful than somebody to like make for that to work in your brain. Uh yeah. Yeah, it's very very difficult, and yeah, every culture is answering that a little bit differently. Yeah, but I don't like the combination of that and kind of the protections that school teachers and uh, uh, people that have committed but maybe not been accused or sentenced or tried for sexual assault, people that have done that have a little bit of protection, just because of the taking advantage of how embarrassing or humiliating that would be to litigate, like having to go through accounts of that and be known as the victim of that. People would rather just not talk about. I don't know what those are. Bags of something. But yeah, that's exploited a lot. In Japan, there's very few rape convictions or sexual assault convictions, because if it's anybody of any status or any financial anybody rich of a certain wealth, they'll just pay you off. It's like, I'll give you this money, just, and this is done, and that's acceptable here. They don't force victims to do that. So that's the first thing that happens, is kind of the out of court settlement for sexual assault cases, which is, yeah, really shameful. That But I think they've come a long way. I mean, that used to be the very norm, but I think Japan is trying to do a lot with stalker laws and things, because they've had really terrible incidences of stalkers and people being killed because they were victims of that kind of extreme stuff. So I think they've done a lot to try to fix that, but they shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have had. It shouldn't have taken them so long, and it should have been in such a. Shouldn't have been so far away from that kind of result. Anyhow, let's think of something else to talk about. Jesus. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because the whole situation is very embarrassing. So you can exploit that, and especially if it's a younger. I mean, I don't think it's 100% true, but if it's a younger woman, like that may have some effect on her ability to get married, or who she can marry in the future, if she becomes known as a victim, as this person's victim, if he's convicted of a crime. And that's the weird thing here too, is they do protect victims in the media, but they protect the criminals more. In a lot of cases, you will see in really horrible crimes, you'll see the identity of the criminal. They're anonymous. They censor their identity and protect them a lot more than I've ever seen in any other culture. It's very odd. Oops. Yeah, that really freaked me out the first time I saw that, because I thought it's kind of part of the disincentive to commit crimes, is the and especially, and then that seems like that would work especially well in Japan, is the shame it's going to bring on your family and your name and your reputation, because that's very important in a lot of situations for people. So that would be a disincentive. But if they're just going to protect your identity, if you do something, then no problem. Nobody will ever know. Yeah, they say that with some of those famous cases. They say that those criminals serve their time because the sentences aren't so long. Even like for murder and things, they're not so long. In some certain situations, and then they're released, and then they're somewhere. They're out there somewhere. They could be the person that committed that crime, and you don't know. You don't know who they are, where they are. All right. What are we doing here? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's difficult. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. So what are these bags of, and why are they stitched on the side? I'm trying to think of what. I guess they have those like sandbag weights for like camera. I'm not. Why do I be drawing this? Something else that was just fun to draw, and it wasn't a box. All right. But we could do, if I take the stitching off of them, they could be goodie bags. That might be funny. Yeah, then I can draw something inside, like those little bags given out at parties. Yeah, I like that little stitch, but it looks weird. It looks, makes them look like burlap sacks or something. Yeah, maybe the line will still work though, to kind of give the more three-dimensional. Maybe this side for this one. Yes, there we go. Oh. God damn. All right, besides this box, let's just merge everything down. Where's the box? Here. Okay. Let's just merge these together and then I can separate them. Jeez. What? Merge. It should let me put these together. Sorry. What? I'm not, oh, there we go. Merge layers. Wow, that's weird. Looks like they changed the position in the menu. I thought it used to be easier to find, or maybe they just added so many more options. Okay, one more. There we go. Okay, yeah, we'll do goodie bags. I don't know. Something inside little bags. Yeah, that works. Yeah, and it's at least it's not boxes. Something like that. Hey, Corn Pop. Corn Pop. I can't believe Corn Pop didn't come up in the debate. The debate last night. Hmm. Oh, that's too bad, Yum. Yeah, trust is a rough thing. Oh yeah, the Halloween. Yeah, right, like Halloweeny stitches. Yeah, that's right. It's a little. That's what it. That's where that is. That's a kind of Nightmare Before Christmas stitch. Oh no! Bring back the stitches. All right, I have to. I have to listen to. Have to listen to the chat. Oh man, the stitches are coming back. Yeah, I guess we can do an early Halloween, early Halloween cartoon. Bring back the stitches. I rely on you guys very much. There we go. Much more Halloweeny. Dispensary. Oh my god, I can't even say it. Dispensary grade nuggets. Nice. All right, now we're back to Halloweeny. Yeah, so I can do a contrast between the different bags. Okay, so I think we've got. Yeah, this will work. It's gonna be more work than I. To make it look decent. All right. Well, there's the two drawings for now. Well, let's do the convenience store thing real quick because I'm getting hungry. And I think these are actually going to be edible. So let's try. Okay, so we'll do this. Wait a minute here. Get a better background. This one. There we go. Yeah, so I'm sorry, the green screen isn't very clean. But, so convenience store, so I just grabbed these this morning. What? Oh, I didn't even see this little back here. What is this for? Oh, well. Anyhow, smoky pretz. So smoky cheese. So there's a series, I guess, of smoky flavors of pretz. So pretz is, if you know Pucky. Pucky is the sweet version. So chocolate and, sweet flavors. And pretz is the more bread sticks. So they have like vegetable flavors or more savory flavors. They're more like crackers than actual pretzels. They're not like pretzel bread as much. I got to figure out what this Dakutabe Poketo is. There's a weird thing on the back of this box. There's a weird pocket thing. Is this like to I don't know. But this is a very small box of these. This is very, oh, crunchy. Kari. Very crunchy version. So there's 40 of these sticks in here. But they look pretty small. Okay, so wait a minute here. So open it from the back. Yeah, there we go. So they do this thing, so this weird like double layer of cardboard. So they stick a little flap there, so I guess you can close it back. Like after you tear it open, it kind of closes back because you can stick it between those layers of cardboard. That's pretty common for this box, but I don't know what this Nakutabe Poketo. Okay, you can pull it. Okay, pull and push in. Oh wait. Oh wait. Wait. And then you can. Oh, I see. It's a pocket to set these on. Yeah, yeah. There we go. So it's a. I don't know, Nakutabe, but maybe it's the it's a stand. So they purposely put a pocket in there, so you can put a little bag in here and stand them up, and I guess it's serve. I gotta double check that word. I don't recognize that word. Yeah, and usually this is in the middle, but now it's more at the top. So this is part of the smoky menu. Look, I'm going to enjoy my wine, and this is the finer snack, wine and cheese. Let's enjoy. They always put such nonsense. Let's enjoy. And you see me time in the corner. Nice. This is me time when I enjoy my smoked cheese pretzel sticks. So funny. Cheese taste. Yeah. So they always, that's a real common thing with Japanese snacks, is always a very like specific way to open them so that they're very easy to do. So the ones that are dipped in chocolate, they usually have you rip it so that you don't, so that the chocolate still stays in the bag and you can pull them out easily. So they always try to make it so you can, and I'm totally doing this wrong. Wait a minute, pull across. Yeah, the whole thing is supposed to come off. I totally blew it. Oh well, we'll just do it this way. But we're gonna enjoy some. Oh, these are really tiny too. Weird. Look at that. They're like toothpicks. Weird. Yeah, these are usually much thicker and longer. So I knew from this like smaller box that they couldn't be so big. But let's see what they taste like. Whoa. Well, really cheesy. Yeah. So maybe this is. It doesn't say. But sometimes on snacks they'll put like adult flavor. To me, that's like going to be a more stronger flavor meant for alcohol, or a snack with beer or something. They're really cheesy though, kind of like a smelly cheese, like a funny Parmesan or something. Yeah, it's a really smelly cheese flavor, and super crunchy. They're not like pretzels at all, just like really crispy cracker. Yeah, but this taste is so strong. It's supposed to be probably with something. Just by themselves, it's pretty extreme. And very smoky, smoky cheese. Weird. Yeah, these are really odd. I don't know if you can quite see. That's really thin. I don't have any other snacks here, but usually the regular sticks, if you've seen them, are like twice the length and twice the width. So I don't know what these are for, and I guess that's why. Oh, that's right. Wait, let me finish taking this off. Look at this amazing design here. So the box is meant... I don't know why you would... It's such a sad thing when you're using a box to hold your snacks. Very strange. There you go. Look at that. I don't know what... I guess for sharing, but... Why bother doing anything like this in this age of like social distancing, and people aren't going to be sharing a bag of snacks with each other? Yeah, so they're showing wine and salad and things. So maybe some of the flavors too in the future will be more disturbing. So I read any of this. Yeah, so snack. Snack chip. Yeah, that's what they're calling it. So cheese flavor. Crunchy sticks. They are very crunchy sticks. 40 crunchy smoky cheese sticks. Yeah, so they don't mark it that way, but I guess from the pictures of alcohol and stuff, they're kind of implying this is like the adult version of the snack. So strange. It's got a little... Yeah, they don't say. That's weird. They don't say adult anywhere. So smoky pretz. Oh, bar. There we go. Bar snack. Yeah. So on the end, they say it's a bar snack. But nowhere else. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's they're really strong. Really strangely strong. So small and strong. Wow. Well, I wish I could share them all with you because I can't eat 40 of these myself. But yeah, really odd. I don't know what they're going for because it's they're pretty insubstantial. Like they're, you know, it's not much to them. It's like eating a piece of uncooked spaghetti. Because they're really crunchy. Is that coming across on the microphone? They're really crunchy, so it's weird. I don't know what you would eat them with because they're too fragile. You couldn't like dip them in anything, so I'm not quite sure what the idea is. But they're very cheesy, smoky snacks. They're very strong smell. Enjoy them with my coffee. There's nothing like smoky cheese and coffee. That's true. Some kids might like the. Some kids might like strong cheese flavor. Pull here on the bag. But they have to show you pictures too on how to open everything. Yeah, because some things like specifically like they're trying to make it more handy, or like things that are completely like dipped in chocolate will have a wrapper that pulls in half, so you can throw away one half and then eat it out of the remaining half of the wrapper, kind of like an ice cream sandwich. They do that a lot with ice cream sandwiches. But there's so much of that here, the thinking about how to, you know, easily eat something. And that's funny because I guess they're assuming everybody is eating these like in an inconvenient situation, like at work or, you know, sitting on a bench and, you know, outside or something, that so much of this is snacks that are, you know, you're going to buy from a convenience store are going to be eaten in a strange way that needs to be as like handy and easy to deal with as possible. Yeah, it's really funny. Yeah, really, really smoky. I don't know what kind of cheese that is. Yeah, but very adult flavor. It's that odd, or it's really funky cheese that, oh yeah, you'd have to be a pretty strong kid to enjoy that strong cheese. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with those. Like what is, because just eating those by themselves is not very satisfying. The other ones are very light. They're like crackers, or like kind of seasoned crackers, but they're sticks. And I think I talked about before the idea of all the stick foods, the stick-shaped foods or snacks, stick-shaped snacks in Japan is because it looks cute eating them, and so girls want to look cute because small mouth. Yes, a small mouth is like the ideal. So big eyes, small mouth is, you know, from anime. I think you can tell that's the ideal. So small mouth is good, and so stick food makes you, you know, makes your mouth small when you're eating it. So it looks cute, and that's why you have Pocky and Pretz and a lot of the foods like that, candies and foods like that. Yes. Yeah, I wish I could. Yeah, if you smell some smoky, strong cheese, it's exactly like that. The powder or whatever, the coating on them is really strong cheese. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, we found some new mugs. I keep chipping. I'm really bad with coffee mugs, so I've chipped a lot of the coffee cups. So I had to get some big ones, like the big cafe au lait kind of cups, and I keep breaking them. So I had to get some new ones. Yeah. So they're kind of like Spanish Moroccan style. There's like a nice combination of looks with that. But yeah, and a nice set too. There's like 6 of them with all different color combinations and designs. Next, mug reviews, coffee mug review will be a new segment. But all right, yeah. So that is the amazingly convenient Smoky Breads. It doesn't say limited, but I imagine they will be limited. It's a really odd, yeah. Delicious smoked cheese. And so I just had some me time. Some me time with some smoky cheese. But they make it really convenient, but you have to eat the whole thing now because it's open and there's no way to kind of put it back together because I've torn the box, put a big hole in the box, ripped the bag in half. So you got to eat all that smoky cheese right now. Yeah, it's weird. I can't figure out what that would be okay with wine or something, but there's better things to eat with wine. I have no idea. All right. Anyhow, back to the all right, let's color these up. Yes. Yeah, I think I haven't heard any updates on the Nintendo Land and things. Things might be delayed because all of the parks and stuff are having some they're having problems with being open and hours and stuff because they opened Tokyo Disney, but they limited the number of people and of course have all the safety and sanitary protocols and stuff here. So I don't know how any of the parks are going to do, but I think that's probably going to delay because they're not going to open the Nintendo Land if they're not going to have huge crowds. And this month, they're actually starting today, Japan just started letting foreigners back in from a specific group of countries. You have to have a visa for longer than 90 days, so no tourist visas. So no tourists can come back in, but if you have, residency or work visas or whatever, people can easily start coming in from a limited number of countries, but you still have to have a test at the airport and still quarantine for 2 weeks after you get here. So kind of getting back to normal, but yeah, I hope they don't need to be in a rush because I don't trust a lot of the countries around us, the state of things, because they're, hiding their numbers and things. So it's a little scary to think about them just, coming back in without any control. So, so that just all started. So still, and America's not, the U.S. is not on that list. I think Australia was the English-speaking country that I noticed first. It's mostly Southeast Asia, and mostly for business. So Southeast Asia and Australia were earliest. Oh wait, here we go. Let's try this. Invert and shift. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. In Yokohama. Do you trust us? In Yokohama, they posted on Twitter, some video of the yeah. So I guess it can like kneel all the way down and like kind of put its hand down on the ground. That's crazy. That is a lot of automation for the thing. I hope it doesn't fall down and crush anybody. But yeah, that's really cool to see because it was when it was in Odaiba in the Diver City, Tokyo area. It moved, but it just basically like did this. Like one hand moved and the head I think moved, and then there was like some steam or something. It had some lights and some like effects, but yeah, this is actually like it's articulated and it bends down and it can kind of put its hand toward the ground, and yeah, so it looks pretty cool. Oh no. No, it was fun. No, fun. Any discussion. I don't mind. I don't mind where the discussion goes. So don't worry. I think yeah, everybody is really cool in the chat. So if it's nothing there, if it gets too intense, people just kind of lay off. So yeah, I really like. That's what's really nice about this chat is yeah, people are so. Whoa, not that color. People are really cool about stuff. Yeah, I can understand having a weird day. This past week I had some really dark dark thoughts. It was yeah, it's not, and it's not surprising, like hearing the kind of high profile suicides here, because things are not feeling very hopeful. Like there is no big signs of any kind of return to normalcy or anything. And I think I told you the Japanese people, especially that were alive during post-war, even if they were little kids, are very creeped out. So that would be like 50s, 1950s. They're very creeped out by the expression or the meaning of new normal or adjusting to a new lifestyle, because that was what got forced upon them with the occupation of the foreign militaries and the kind of during the reconstruction. So yeah, people don't want to hear that here. That sounds very very oppressive and very disturbing, because they already had a really difficult recovery time. Oops. Yeah. And so that kind of wording about the life after all the bad weather being different, but you can handle it. It's all, this is just looking like a cheese grater, isn't it? What makes it look like, maybe I'll put white dots on the bubbles, see if that helps. Yeah, it's very cheese gratery. And also maybe some perspective. Oh, there we go. Huh. Yeah, if I make it this edge, I don't know. It's not looking like bubbles, is it? But yeah, this is our horror story and group therapy session every week, accompanied by cartoon drawing. Yeah, people must be doing that now, like doing like group therapy and stuff like remotely. I wonder what that I don't know how satisfying that would be. That would be a little creepy. Oops, where is this? Where is this? Gray. Oh, did I filled the man. Yeah, I filled the wrong part. Oh well, I'll have to kind of fake this then. Yeah, I don't know if this is reading as bubbles as bubble wrap. Oh yeah, I think the Gundam is just it's probably located like a shopping area, or like a like a public area near a park or whatever. When it was in Diver City, it was just next to this giant shopping mall. So it was just right outside the doors of the shopping mall. And then there's like a little trailer that's the gift shop for, buying the model kits and, goods specific to that site. But, yeah. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it would be fun to see the evolution of that, where it actually is animated more, because the original version was a little cheesy. It was amazing to see that robot at the correct scale, like the 1-to-1 real scale. That was crazy to see that, but it didn't do much. The motion gimmick, and they would only do it like once every hour or something, like a little show, and it was just really cheesy. But now it's going to be crazy to see it bend down and be really articulated, because I think all the joints are articulated now. All right, so I think I need to have more control over this. So wait a minute here. Oh. God damn. All right, so let's try to get this off of this layer. Oh, maybe that's not so hard. Okay, there we go. Now I got some more control over this, so hopefully I can make it work a little bit. There we go. Yeah, a little bit lighter helps, I think. It reads like a bubble wrap. Maybe. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, this is such a funny thing because when I first started streaming, I was just kind of doing creative advice or whatever I could think of. Oops, that made sense on the stream, but it's much more fun to just have human connection and just kind of talk about what's going on, especially at these times. I mean, that's really funny that I kind of came back to streaming right as the world fell apart because I didn't think I was going to. So yeah, it's very funny how this worked out, and thank you to Hyphonics for actually finding this stream. That's amazing. That's still like really freaked me out because I checked, it was like last January, and I checked the numbers, and all of a sudden, like every stream, the archive of all the streams had so many views. I'm like, well, what's going on? And then I found out. All right, so maybe this way. Oh, yeah, that works. Oh, actually, maybe do this. There we go. That makes more sense. I was looking for a place, kind of Japanese streaming that had Woody Allen movies, and there are no sources of Woody Allen movies. Like literally, Japanese Amazon has VHS tapes for sale. So the last time like any of like the classic kind of 70s Woody Allen was released in Japan was VHS. There's not Blu-ray at all. It's funny. Maybe just like he was never popular here because it's just not a very compatible kind of comedy for Japan. But yeah, I was just curious because I was just remembering some of the older movies, and what's my point? It's just impossible to find. That was really weird. But there are just things that just don't hit here, things that don't. So like 24, the Kiefer Sutherland, drama, kind of action drama, and Friends and ER from American television all became insanely popular in Japan. And that's it. Like it's so strange. Like those are when people think of American television here, that's what they usually think of. And it's not until Netflix, which has only been here for a few years, and Hulu came to Japan that people even had any idea that there was more than like 3 TV dramas from America, because just only the super popular ones was all anybody had ever known. So that was nice. I mean, finally, Japan got to see, Mad Men and Breaking Bad, and actually like well-written stuff instead of just those dramas that go on for 20 years endlessly. But yeah, I forget what my point was with that. But yeah, it's just I'm surprised. It's really funny what hits and what doesn't. Oh yeah, but the thing was, so I had no idea. I mean, I'd heard that. I watched a documentary where they talked about Woody Allen has made a movie every year for basically his entire like filmmaking life. So he's made 50 films. That's insane. And now it's become like, because of the controversy in his personal life, it's become something where people aren't recognizing them. It's not the same kind of honor that it used to be in a Woody Allen film, or to be, cast in a Woody Allen film, because of our whole social justice milieu that we're in. But that was really amazing. I mean, that's an insanely... I guess maybe thinking about talking about creativity made me think of that. That's an insanely productive career and life that may never be recognized. It's so depressing in that way that he's just not going to have the recognition just because he kind of, got on the wrong side of popular opinion in Hollywood. But yeah, his old stuff is great. It's such classic stuff. I remember those being like the first adult humor films that I ever saw as a kid. And yeah, it's a shame they're not very compatible with Japanese sense of humor, so my wife will never see them unless I buy a VCR. Yeah, and I can't remember if it's, I think VHS. It was dub or subtitled. Like you had to buy one or the other. There was not options for both on a single tape. I think you bought a dub tape or a subtitle tape. So yeah, VHS is not a way to see anything anymore. It's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, because yeah, Japanese comedy is still very physical and very almost not quite vaudeville, but like Abbott and Costello, that kind of thing. So manzai, they call it manzai. The two people and one microphone, and the two people kind of the straight man and the funny man kind of thing. So Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, like early, like Three Stooges did a little bit of that, but there were three of them, and Marx Brothers kind of their more vaudeville act where two people are playing off of each other. That's the popular comedy in Japan, and then a lot of like stupid, like aho kind of stuff where people are just like acting ridiculous and speaking crazy is a popular style of like comedy character. So very very different. So yeah, that tone, that neurotic kind of self-deprecating sarcasm and kind of parody of things, it just doesn't work here. It's a very different kind of humor, more our grandparents' generation. What's going on here? My brush is not changing sizes. There we go. All right. Okay, so wait a minute. Yeah, I guess examining the I guess if I say bubble wrap in the in the cartoon, it'll help figure out what that is. Yeah, that's not the world's best depiction. I guess I could have done a texture too. Maybe I should do that on the line art, make a bubble texture on one side. Oh, nice. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Charlie Chaplin is beloved here. Yeah, Charlie Chaplin and Tom and Jerry, and Tom and Jerry because there's like very little speaking, so the translation. Nice. Mm. Yeah, that's really great. Yeah, that was a fun thing to do. Yeah, K5 that was such a cool idea. Like he immediately said, "Oh, you should do this, you should do this." And so I put together the box and made that horrible motion sick video of shopping for that stuff. But I also wanted to kind of have evidence that this was like legit, convenience store stuff. So yeah. Yeah, that's the probably like downtown. Those comedians were like a newer generation that, and they still like they came from the manzai tradition, but yeah, all of the kind of sketch stuff that they did was more. I mean, they are almost kind of the Monty Python of Japan, I think, in that way, kind of evolving that style and breaking it out of just that back and forth of the manzai to two people mode into like sketches that have a big variety of things. Yeah, the most brilliant sketch I ever saw on the downtown the weekly show that they did was there was a young couple. The fiance, the wife was bringing their, I guess, girlfriend. The girlfriend was bringing the boyfriend to meet their parents, and they open the door, and the whole house is about a meter, has about a meter of water, like in about 3 feet of water inside the whole house. And so they open the door, walk into this house, and they just have to step into this water. And the whole family is acting like this is totally fine. This is like how things always are. And there's all of these like physical gags, just, how they're eating and how they're doing everything. There's just like books floating, like they're, newspapers and books floating in the water. And it's just like, he just has to act like this is totally fine, and that's not strange for him, totally normal. And so just that physical idea of the tension and like meeting the new, potential in-laws, and how uncomfortable that is, just being represented by like 3 feet of water in the entire house, was really good. And they did a really good job of that. So that really made me notice their comedy as kind of subversive and really creative. Like the images and stuff are really creative. But just the logistics of doing that, like flooding a little set, like a little mini house, and having a whole sketch in there, and having cameras and lights and everything, because it was TV. It's like a TV sound stage. Was really good, and it just caught you really off guard, because it looked like a very typical setup, and then they just opened the door and stepped into water. And downtown is really good. Hey Kegs, how's it going? Yeah, it's really good stuff. I like, and there's still some Monza that's really good too. Like it's really creative, and because I think a lot of creative people do well in a real restricted form, like trying to push boundaries but still work within that real restrictive form. But yeah, that's really cool. Oh, that's cool, Young, that some Japanese comedy. Yeah, Matsuze. Yeah, that's great. That's the thing every year. Like that's the tradition. I'm forgetting the name, but the end of the year show that they do, the kind of themed show that you don't laugh kind of show that they do at the end of the year. I love that. It's like a 6 hour. They do like a 6 hour thing where it's like a marathon, and all this they have to. There's a stupid theme, so they're like detectives or school kids or something, where they go into some setting, and every time they laugh, they're punished. Like these these guys in ski masks and red berets come out and hit them in the rear end with like a piece of hose or something. And so every time they laugh, they're punished. And so it's like 6 hours of them going through all of these sketches and all of these like weird, elaborate setups and stuff. And every time they laugh at some like weird reveal. So there's a lot of celebrities and things that are famous, famous movie stars that are acting ridiculous or in some like really, off-putting costume or something really crazy, so they catch them very often. And then always at the end they have a tabulation of how many times they laughed, and so how many times they were punished. But that's a very end of the year thing. I love that. So that always, it doesn't feel like the end of the year unless that's on the TV and just like running, because it is like 6 hours, because they do, it's time based. They do kind of an overnight thing. It like they show up at like 6 p.m. and then it ends at like 2 a.m. like in the real time, but they have to do it earlier in the year so it's not, so cold and snowing. Yeah, but that stuff is great. That's really, really, really fun every year. So that's something to look forward to. Hopefully that's not going to be affected by bad weather, because they film it. I think they film it in like October or November. So I hope that doesn't get affected by what's going on. Because if I don't have that for the year, that will really suck. Nice. Oh, that's right. You still need to. Kegs is waiting for a Keg cartoon. Oh man. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, and they canceled it for a while, but they had the God of Entertainment is kind of the weekend show where they do a bunch of manzai. So you'll see like the established people and kind of like the more famous people and people that have developed an act. But comedy's a little strange in Japan. There's not really underground comedy. I mean, I think some of the gaijin people and stuff have set up comedy clubs, but I don't think it's in Japanese. I think it's in many foreign languages. There's underground kind of small comedy clubs owned by foreigners, but comedy is it's Yoshimoto. Like Yoshimoto School is the school of comedy. So everybody comes through that if they're going to be a TV comedian, and it's a really hard, path, and you make no money, and you're only going on you're doing shows and things that are given to you or presented to you by the school, so it's not easy. So you have to become popular. But once somebody becomes popular, then they get TV commercials, and they're it can be TV talent. They're on shows a lot in Japan. But it seems like being a comedian is rough, is a really rough going. Yeah. Well, that's what we should do. Yeah, so I'll try to maybe, because if I stream that, I don't know if oh, that's cool. That's cool, Kegs. Yeah, I'm glad you found me through Hyphonics. He like saved this stream. It was literally almost a dead thing. I was like really reluctant to start it in the new year, but yeah, Hyphonics made that all possible. But yes, maybe I'll do that, because it's a 6-hour TV show. And I can do a video into my PC. So I'll put video in of that, maybe put it in a little window or whatever, and we can just do a don't laugh watch party, so you can understand like what that is. But that'd be a fun thing, to do at the end of the year. Yeah, because I can even do that wherever we are. I can do that portably, so that would be really fun. Yeah. Though I'm sure. I think because there's a lot of stuff, Japanese comedy on YouTube, but I don't think they're really aggressive with it. So if I'm careful about how I present, if I just put it in a little window, maybe that'd be fun to have a watch along for the end of the year. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, wait a minute. What am I doing here? So these are Halloween bags. So maybe. First, I'll do a little off-white. Yeah, that would be really fun. Yeah, to share some Japanese comedy would be good, because it is really different, different aesthetic, and not very many types. I think Japanese people find it really strange, the style of stand-up that's popular in America, where it's either somebody telling a story, or someone kind of like lecturing, kind of teaching a lesson, or talking about, relationships are like this, or, I think that seems very strange and very foreign to Japanese people, because they tried to do a Japanese version of Saturday Night Live. So they got, who was it? The comedian with the big teeth. I can't think of his name, but he was kind of the host. He was kind of like the Lorne Michaels of it, and he put together some younger comedians to do sketch comedy. And what time is it? Oh, about 10 till. Yeah, I might have to get going here. I have to give my daughter a ride, so I'll have to check and see. But yeah, so what was I going to say? There we go. Oh, so they tried to do a version of Saturday Night Live, but it was sketch comedy, but it just didn't work quite the same way, because they just didn't have the so do a little bit of this first. They didn't have the there's no political satire. It was just kind of people doing their, coming up with some comedy characters and things. So it didn't have the same kind of tone. Because they do sketch comedy here, but it's very different. It's just like silly situations, like silly everyday kind of recognizable situations. And so that was disappointing, because when I saw that, I thought, wow, that would be so cool if that became a little bit of a, institution here. But there is no kind of political satire or criticism. That's a big no-no. Like, you're not going to parody Abe or Suga-san is not going to take kindly to being parodied, especially, the opinions and policies and things. I don't think they could get away with that. All right, sorry. Let me just check my messages. Oh. Let's see. Nice. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got to check and see. I might have to get going. But... oh, okay. Nope, I'm fine. Everybody is stuck. Everybody is stuck where they are. So, no, I don't have to get going yet. Sorry, that's good. So, yeah. Things are delayed. So, just enough time to finish some cartoons. Bye, have a good night if you got to get going. Yeah. Yeah, take it easy. It was good to see you and very fun to talk. I hope it was a little distracting if you had a miserable day. But yeah, always fun. I think I'll do some candy corn. Sorry. Yeah, do some... yeah, there we go. On this layer. Yeah, take it easy. And be safe, yeah, if you're anywhere near any insanity, fires, or rioting, or whatever. Oh, yeah, maybe let me see, I'll try to do one piece. Okay, I'll do one piece and then duplicate it because it might work better. In the background. So let me see. So this part and then orange in the middle. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy, Kigs. Yeah, thanks for stopping by on the stream. Yeah, I think I've got enough time to finish these guys off. But yeah, I thought I'd have to go around 4. But it looks like, whoops, it looks like things are delayed. Oh, not that. Oh, no kidding. Okay. I thought I was on a different layer. I was, wasn't I? Damn. Okay, I'm making this harder than it needs to be. There we go. Okay, so this... whoa. Oh, so I didn't... yeah, I didn't actually do that. Very well. Okay. So there's the bag color. And then what layer is this on? That's that. Oh, here. All right. I'll figure this out eventually. Yeah, so I want all of this on a layer so I can put stuff under it and the candy corn. Yeah, take it easy, Kegs. Appreciate the visit. All right. Yeah, so I put this here so I can shape it a little bit better. All right, and then get a little... all right, candy corn. Okay, and I want that to go under this, and I don't need this. Wow, what a mess. All right, there we go. Okay, so put this here and then turn this down. So candy corn inside a plastic bag. Oh, these will still need to, oops. Oh, let me turn this off. There we go. Finally. All right, so both of these guys will be full of candy corn. All facing various directions. I think I can just, yeah, pull this whole thing. All right. Oh, so wait. Wow, that's all on a really crazy layer, and what's going on? So this, okay, this is all candy corn. So I'll make this a folder so we get this out of the way. All right, there's the candy corn, and what is this? Oh, that's just a accident on the color layer. There we go. Weird. All right. So, yeah, sorry, wrestling with the layers a lot more than I thought I'd be. Let me just put the color back on those little bands. All right. And then just do this. Yeah, so nice. Oh, good. Okay, sorry, I just want to reply real quick. There we go. Okay, yeah, there we go. And here's the candy corn. So I can duplicate. Uh-oh, I can duplicate this layer. It won't let me. Yeah, there we go. What is, oh, this was going on. Okay. Weird. Yeah, it won't let me drag it without pulling that color of those bags. Strange. All right, and maybe a little. Actually, I can just flip the whole thing to make it look a little different. There we go. Yeah, those almost should have a stroke around them or something. Let me see what this looks like. Looks like they need to be, yeah, need to be more defined. So not blue, but maybe this. Look at that. I just traced all of them. All right. So, wait. Copy the layer style. Yeah, the menu is much more elaborate now. There. All right. But I still need that layer because I need to put eyes. There we go. In front of that. So what is in the third bag? Actually, should these be more orange? No, that's not. Sorry, let me take a look here. Oh, I lost my monitor. Well, I can still smell those smoky cheese pretz. Those are unfortunate. Oh, or maybe I can do this. This might work better. Come on. There we go. Oh, yeah? Yeah, Photoshop, it takes a while. There's quite a learning curve. There we go. With Photoshop, and the frustrating thing is you just have to do it. You just have to kind of put in hours with it and make all the mistakes that you're going to make. But yeah, it's frustrating, and I don't like the fact that they keep... there we go. The fact that they keep changing the keyboard shortcuts and stuff, because it slows you down a lot. If... yeah, there we go. Yeah, it slows you down a lot. Like once you get used to, G is the fill tool and B is the brush, and if they switch that stuff around, it gets really frustrating, because then you have to relearn stuff that makes you slower. So yeah, just like and it doesn't make any sense. The few things that they've changed, I don't understand what exactly the improvement was, but I think they have to move stuff around, because as they add features, they want, different key bindings and stuff. So, and I think you can go change all that stuff back, but I don't trust that that'll be saved. Yeah. Well, because I've had problems with things not being preserved, brush sets and stuff that I make in Photoshop, and then they just disappear with updates, or there's a problem. So that's very frustrating. Yeah, let's try to do some plastic looking. Oh, that's good. When it overlaps the candy corn, it looks much better. There we go. Yeah, but the tough part is just putting the time in to like learn the shortcuts and kind of get quicker with stuff. And I just don't use it quite as much, because I'm doing a lot more other things, editing video and audio and stuff. So I don't use only Photoshop now. So I've slowed down a bit. Yeah, because I think basically only this cartoon is my regular kind of Photoshop, and I do some graphics. I do some thumbnails and stuff for YouTube, but not as much work as I used to. It used to be everything was in Illustrator or Photoshop kind of combo. But now I'm doing After Effects and Premiere and a little bit of Audition. I used a combination of Audacity and Audition. I don't know Audition well enough, and I like some of the features better in Audacity, but it's free and a little clunky. Free and maybe open source, so it's a little clunky, and the files it makes are gigantic for audio. So what is inside this third bag? Yeah, the good thing though about kind of all the Adobe apps is once you get their how their interface, like once you kind of have their interface down, they share that, like moving between Illustrator and Photoshop is not very difficult. A lot of the concepts are similar, and a lot of how they handle just the menus and things makes it a little bit easier to navigate if you've already have some experience. But still, yeah, with all the updating they're doing, it's not easy. All right. So what is in this bag? I think it's something that's not too difficult to draw, but would be funny in the bag itself. Okay, the candy corn. That can actually go below the color layer. So what is this? Oh. And maybe put eyes on here now, so drawing won't be so. Or maybe filled with water? Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that could actually be here. Yeah, liquids in a goodie bag. Oh wait, this one. There we go. Well, that'll be the most like visually contrasting as well. I think the water needs to be darker though. Have some more control over it. All right, and then maybe highlight at the top. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to emphasize that, I think. There we go. Lighter, or do I actually need to go darker? Yeah, maybe darker so you can see. I don't know. Or green. Yeah, maybe green would be better. And just, I'll try to color shift this instead of redrawing everything. Yeah, so there's a couple ways you can do it. There's hue. You can just fill it, or there's hue and saturation. So I can darken it, maybe desaturize it a little bit. Yeah, so it's a little more mysterious. Yeah, I think that color is good. Maybe green is more disturbing. There we go. It's nice and bright. So what is it? Okay, what am I stuck on here? Okay, so try to do this edge highlight so you can see that. Yeah, I think that works. Oh, and maybe a drop shadow on this candy as well. Yes, there's some pre-made like layer effects that oh well, yeah, that you can use. Oh, inner shadow. No, drop shadow. Oh, that's why it was so thick. Yeah, I don't think I need I don't think I need to drop shadow. I don't know, let's see. Yeah, so maybe no softness. What's the... Yeah, I can't get it to... So I'm just trying to get that shadow to cut a little harder. Oh, maybe 20. Sure. Yeah, let's do something like that. because it's inside the bag, so helps a little bit. There. All right, and I'll have to do. Oh yeah, beer. Oh, beer or wine. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see. Yeah. What about wine in a bag? Yeah, let's try like a wine color. That might show up. The contrast for that might be really nice. Let's see. So that's, where's the red? Purple, red-ish. That's a very strange color wine. Maybe too saturated, too intense. Ugh, that doesn't look like, looks like something disgusting. That's to blue, and that's, yeah. And it's still, I think it's, oh, maybe colorize. Wait, let me try. And does that look like wine? That looks mysterious. Mysterious color. Oh, that is 100%. Okay, and then one more layer of that. No, that looks black. Yeah. Yeah, maybe wine in a bag. Yeah, I like wine. Yeah, I don't think I can pull off beer, although that would match the. No, I don't think that'll look with the stripes. That would look a little weird. So I think I'll stick with wine and maybe a brighter reflection on the bag for the wine. Oh, maybe that's too much. I think so. Okay. Let's see. All right. Oh man, so here we go. So goodie bags and bubble wrap. All right. So those are the cartoons. Yeah, it does. Nice. In a creepy, in a bag. Liquid goodie bags. All right. Okay, so let's quickly take a look at the comments last month. I'm still getting some weird error message. Comments from last week. There we go. Oh, let's lock that. All right, yeah, look at my lovely green screen. No. I can't get rid of that. I should maybe I should put a light on the floor actually, if I want to get that to look more smooth. All right, so this, yeah, so last week, so September 24th, it said each of them was a cardboard tube waiting to escape. 3 comments into, wow, so strange. I've been putting them in my compost bin for 25 years, but you couldn't identify more than 5 right now. Okay, wait, let's see all comments. After their escape, however, some were grabbed by arts and crafts people. Nice. Or the cat. Oh, right. I've been putting them compost bin. So 3 comments. Okay, that was all 3. Nice. And the previous one, 22nd, breakfast. Heavy. Oh, that's right. This is the one that we pulled it out right at the end. I had no idea what to do with this cartoon. Heavy whipping cream made breakfast a lot more intense. Starbucks a main ingredient. All right. Wow. Yeah, a lot more. Yeah, likes and comments than usual. That's cool. Okay, a couple random. 2005. Whoa, look at that. That's a marker drawing. The lunch box felt awkward and needed. Ooh, and needed to avoid at least and needed. That's a typo. Needed to avoid staring at the beaker's strange markings. I gotta go back and re-upload that. The glass carafe sat dutifully on the coffee maker, her contents turning bitter and burnt. Oh, that's from 2005. 2007. Freezer bags had little tolerance for plastic wrap's clinginess. And spaghetti. Sticking to the wall was now no longer proof of anything. Nice. One more. 2011. There we go. Moisturizing should not involve this level of competition. Oh, wow. Very random. Very random comics. All right. Well, let's go back and write these. Boom. All right, let's get rid of that. Okay, so hopefully I have the art somewhat finished, so I can put the keyboard here. Oh, I should put a little frown on that. So they questioned the validity of liquid goodie bags. Is it with an I? Question the validity, so let me... Sorry, let me just check. Okay, what's it called, Bell? Yeah, sorry. I'm forgetting the name of the parking garage. Okay. Cool. So I've got about 10 more minutes before I gotta get going. All right. Oh yeah, it looks like there are YouTube videos showing, like, doing viewing parties of Japanese comedy. So maybe I will do that for the new year. That'll make something to look forward to for the new year. So the question, the validity of liquid goodie bags. Maybe a frown here. His validity is being questioned. Or maybe practicality might be better. Sorry. One more. No. Yeah, it's weird. The stripes on those bags make that look weird. The validity, the practicality, the something useful. Yeah, maybe not validity. That's a little too general. The practicality. That's not a funny word, though. Oh, yeah. Liquid goodie bags. I don't know, sanity. Well, we'll go back to that. Something about why you would do that. Okay. The liquid, yes. The liquid bag was much more attractive. All right. All right. Bubble wrap. That's what that's supposed to be. Bubble wrap. That's another inside, yeah, right, because I did rolls. Cardboard tubes were inside. Oh. So protecting something, no longer protecting something. Overprotective, right? Oh, maybe the overprotective nature of bubble wrap. They, again. They were all concerned about the that's a hyphen, isn't it? Protective nature. And that's not a hyphen. What set am I on here? That's a tilde? That's that's an underscore. That's what keyboard language am I on here? Ah, of course. There we go. Yeah, maybe overprotective. So they were all concerned about the overprotective nature of, not nature, overprotective personality, habits. Yeah, so overprotective bubble wrap is the combination that I want, but damn. Yes. Breaking the bubbles of the bubble wrap. Ugh. They were all concerned. Overprotective what? Overprotective nature, I guess, or personality? Overprotective behavior? Behavior is a little funnier. Overprotective actions, the overprotective yeah, overprotective nature. Yeah, maybe nature. We'll stick with they were all concerned about the overprotective nature of bubble wrap. No punctuation. No. This keyboard is very difficult to see. All right, they were all concerned about the overprotective nature of bubble wrap. Yes. They questioned the practicality of liquid goodie bags. Yeah, is goodie? Let's see. I'm sure it's spelled both ways. Yeah, of course. How do you spell goodie bags? Let's see. Yeah, IE looks cuter. I don't think, yeah. I've seen it written that way many times. So party goodie bags. They questioned the practicality. The usefulness, the utility. I can do liquid filled. something just dangerous. Yeah, I think that's spelled right. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I think I see. Yeah, most of the time it's done like that. Y looks just doesn't look right. They questioned the practicality, that's not a very funny word. It's a very awkward word. Sanity? The intention behind the motivation, maybe motivation. The motivation behind. They question the motivation behind the good, the intentions. So it's dangerous, it's difficult, it's I keep going back to sanity. They question the usefulness, the oh, suspicious. Oh, yeah. They were suspicious. Yeah. Suspicious is good. Yeah. They were suspicious of the spelled wrong. Motivation. Yeah, question the motivation behind. Yeah, I like suspicion because it's like hidden, secret drinking. Or maybe alcoholic instead of liquid. They questioned that would definitely be sanity. They questioned the sanity of alcoholic goodie bags. Yeah, vulnerability is good too because it looks like it's going to break. Yeah, I mean, it would be a nightmare to break. The intent. Question the intent. I don't know. I'm not sure. The existence. They question the very existence of. Question the. Yeah, so behind, the idea behind something or the reason for it existing. Yeah, I like vulnerability because it's, it will break. What is this? They questioned the reasoning behind liquid goodie bags. Maybe reasoning sounds odd. Behind, I don't like behind though. Reasoning. I spelled it wrong as well. Question the reasoning. Yeah, so the purpose, the thought behind. The thought would work just as well. They question the thinking. They questioned the thinking. Yeah, practicality is just not a funny word. It's just too difficult. Stupidity. Yeah, stupidity is good. Stupidity is actually pretty funny. Yeah, because then it's not insanity or whatever. It doesn't. I'm not using a crazy term, a derogative crazy term. Yeah, I think stupidity wins, Joe. That's the best. The stupidity of liquid goodie bags. Yeah, liquid is good. Yeah, maybe I don't want to do alcoholic. And they were all concerned about the overprotective nature of bubble wrap. Yeah. Overprotective personality or overprotective quality? Overprotective quality. I think nature. Nature works the best. Overprotective nature. Protects too much. They question the stupidity. Yeah, that definitely wins. Yeah, I like stupidity a lot. Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Again, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, it's always so much fun to have feedback because I'll just sit and talk in loops about every one of these ideas. Well, that's good. Okay, well, I gotta get going. I gotta pick up my daughter. Oh, as soon as possible. So, yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Joe, for hanging in there. We made it the whole time. Ooh, almost 4 hours. Nice. So I will be back again next week. So if it's your first time here, abusecartoons.com is the website. gocomics.com/domestic abuse is the archive if you want to read more cartoons. And Twitter is Abuse Cartoons. And and also Patreon, patreon.com/Abuse Cartoons for original art, signed books, all that good stuff. And I'll be back next week. So, take care. Joe, thank you for hanging in. Good to see you. Sedona, Kegs, everybody, Yum. It was good to hang out with you guys. And I will be back again next week doing this same thing. And hopefully on Monday night, as usual. Schedule permitting. But sometime next week, I will see you all. And I guess it's getting closer to Halloween, so who knows what horrible things I will think of to talk about. So take care, everyone, and be safe. Yeah, you too, Joe. Take it easy, and I will be back again. So good night and goodbye. See you.